Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the channel. Today we are previewing the upcoming NZA Simulations Christchurch Airport down in New Zealand, the southern island of New Zealand, coming very soon to Microsoft Flight Simulator. And in addition to the release of this payware scenery coming in just a few days, been much anticipated. We've been waiting for over a year now for this scenery. We're also getting the New Zealand World Update coming with improved photogrammetry and everything else too. So we've got lots to do today. Triple whammy for preview. We're going to fly into this airport three times. No, fly into twice actually, sorry. Which is crazy. But we're going to explore the scenery, see what it has to offer. And we'll go from there really. Hello to Zato. Fritz, Carlito, Badger, Ian, welcome guys. Mark, welcome back to the UK. Hope you had a nice holiday. Rab, Ian, good day to you as well. Matt's welcome. Check the fuel prices. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay. Weirdly enough, it's telling me that the audio stream's current bitrate 0 is lower than the recommended bitrate. Don't know what that means. There you go, there's the fuel prices anyway. Unleaded 91, 212. That's going to be in, was it New Zealand dollars, I think. So yeah, we've got the world update coming very, very soon indeed. And NZA Simulations have been working with the Sobo to create a number of the sceneries included in what we can look forward to in 4 days from now. And then in addition to that, we're also going to be enjoying this being released at the same time too. I don't know what the price of it is going to be like yet, but we're going to explore it on live weather. And we've wound the time back to about 4 p.m. as well. So we can see it in daylight, we can see it in the evening, and then at night for that final flight back in. Our route today is going to have us depart Christchurch for Queenstown, that tricky RNAV approach into Queenstown, runway 23. We've got this night fog that it's going to keep us busy anyway. It does make me worry a little bit about visibility and things like that as we fly into Queenstown. But we're going to be flying in to Queenstown, turning around, flying back to Christchurch for an approach. From there, we're going to depart to Wellington, do a turnaround at Wellington, and then fly back into Christchurch once again. Bit of a celebration, I suppose. We've been waiting long enough, so we're going to see it 3 times. No matter at what point during the stream you guys are going to be tuning in, dropping in and out, whatever, you're going to see it in different lighting environments, different weather, that sort of thing. Dwell, hello. Fly Tim Sim Doc, welcome. Let's see. Shuts, welcome to you as well. Dwell, I hope you're okay, buddy. They've done quite a lot of work externally around the airport, which is really quite nice. I get it's foggy at the moment. I don't really want to tickle with the weather just yet. But there is a lot to see, a lot to explore in the airport, and they've done good work filling it up actually and making it look alive. Performance so far as well has been exceptionally good. I've been zooming around for about an hour now, or 45 minutes on stand waiting, getting everything set up for the flight, and it's working really nice. Jimmy, welcome buddy. David A, good morning to you in the States. I mean, look how beautiful these textures are. Brian's got his desire for a McDonald's triggered. Have you tried the new, at least in the UK anyway, the McPlant? It's a vegan menu option. My goodness, it keeps going. What's over here then? We've got I mean, they've done the road network, which is quite remarkable. I mean, look at that. If we go drone camera and come up, and we've got that highway going around, and even got the trucks, albeit doing weird Microsoft Flight Simulator stuff, but we've got the trucks actually using the slip roads. Now, when this New Zealand World Update comes, we have got improved photogrammetry from Asobo, which is going to improve both islands to a ridiculous level of detail that I don't think we've ever seen in any mesh scenery to date so far. Today we've got the New Zealand mesh installed from Orbex, though from what it sounds like, it may well become redundant when this update arrives. So it'll be interesting to see what Orbx do in response to that, perhaps. Obviously, a lot of us have purchased that. We're flying today the 737-900ER and our brand new Osprey Airways Holidays livery as well, painted by DamoDesigns. Mats, welcome buddy, welcome back. Joining us again as a gold frequent flyer. Weaving in and around the industrial estate, look at that. In saying, looks great, much rather devs do the little touches like this rather than concentrating on interiors which just aren't for me. Absolutely. It's the little things that really do make a scenery pop. I mean, bearing in mind Christchurch is quite a big airport. Oh my goodness, look at this. We've got sheep. How cool. We've got airport workers as well driving around here. Some really nice little bits of AI built into the scenery. It's the wildlife patrol from Christchurch Airport. And even the apron textures here look fantastic, don't they? So at the moment in New Zealand, it is really late at night, and therefore they've actually got a fair bit of what I can probably think is sea fog sitting on the apron at the moment, or sitting around the airfield around Christchurch. And that is the live weather that we've got rendered in today. Look at that for a backdrop, though. There's so much to explore, which is why we're flying in 3 times today. No idea on pricing yet, no, really not sure. But NZA Simulations tend to be quite reasonable with their pricing, certainly with what they offer and the quality of it all. So it's probably going to be quite good. What have we got? That's the road, the motorway. We go past the Maccas and the KFC. And then we'll zoom around because I want to show you some other bits, and we'll make our way towards the terminal, then prep for our flight as well. We're on Unicom today. Even the McDonald's, look at the exquisite detail here. New Zealand flag flying proud. Grab a little McCafe en route to the airport as well. It's incredibly well optimized, Ian. Yeah, for the amount of detail they've included here, I've got to say I've been really impressed with everything I'm seeing so far. It's just spectacularly nice. There's the Colonel. And I mean, I'm zooming around like a maniac at the moment as well. And it's handling it really well. It's a little supermarket area. I know. Brian's hitting up Just Eat at the moment, or Uber Eats, trying to get a moped to deliver a load of Big Macs. Have you seen what I'm making my way towards now? I had no idea the United States Antarctic program were based here. Look at this. Oh, yes. If those of you have seen videos of this thing take off, it's just insane. It's got the rocket packs on the back in real life. Can't remember exactly what they call them. They've put that in the model as well, and it could like blast off like a Cessna 172. It's incredible. And then we've got the remarkably awesome C-17 operated by a lot of NATO countries. This one's from McCord Air Base, from the US Air Force. One of the nicest sceneries that I've seen to date so far that's been released, at least start of 2023. There's just so much to explore in one airport. And all of it is nicely detailed. There's no sort of rough bits from what we can see so far. There we go, Mark. So that's it. Rocket Packer JATOs. And then we got some of the New Zealand fleet parked up here as well, the ATRs. So we're going to explore this various points throughout the day. We'll explore at night time as well when we do finally arrive back to Christchurch. And anything we might have missed at this first bit, we will go and explore as well on the way in. But for now, we're going to move like a crab towards the terminal. Want to have a look at the tower. Want to look around the hotels. There's one of our fellow pilots today flying along. Yeah, it does make sense, doesn't it, really, Fritz, when you think about it. Oh, wow, they've actually got the Sky Cafe. My goodness. So then I think, if I was stood here, where would I go? I'd probably go to this seat here. Where's that wall? So we got the windows in the way anyway. Very, very cool indeed. Control tower. Akash 2K. Oh my god. That's my incredibly awful drone camera use. And there's the first sneak of our Osprey Holidays livery as well. Today we're going to operate on behalf of Air New Zealand, so we're going to use the Luke Air tool as well and make use of cabin announcements from Air New Zealand as well, that sort of thing. You know what? This would be the sort of airport I'd love to control in VATSIM, because you could sit here with genuine tower cam, have this geezer here typing away and doing work, and then you can just pan around every now and again as well, and my god, he's having a drink. How cool is that? Yeah, some blow-away scenery, isn't it? But we haven't even seen the terminal yet. My god, I've threw a fence. Here we go. That's the car park. God, the metallic texturing on the that thing there. Look at that shine. Yeah, he needs to chop the ponytail off or the top knot. Never a good look on any adult. And then we're in the terminal with ambient noise. Let me just mute the music for a moment. The cues. There's Top Knot Guy again. Can you hear that? Could you hear the announcement? Hopefully you could anyway. It's really loud on my speakers at the moment, which is weird if you can't hear it. Baggage hall. Announcements here as well. Ian says you can't hear it. Oh, how about now? Yes. Weird. YouTube being strange. Let's go to the departures area then. There's announcements here too. Literally, the terminal is alive. It's incredible. Matthew, good morning. We'll wait for this announcement as well. Morning, Automator. This is incredible. Just insane. And then the shopping area up here. I mean, New Zealand already is one of the most spectacular parts of the sim to fly around, in my opinion.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention, please.
We've got here Departures Lounge. Love having the hustle and bustle, it's great. That's the terminal, folks. Let's get that music back on as well. And here is our Osprey Holidays livery, painted by DamoDesigns, basically a custom paint scheme that we got commissioned on his Fiverr account. We wanted a bit more of a holiday vibe, ready for summer. Obviously in our winter time, it's now New Zealand's summer, Australia's summer. It comes over to this side of the world to help with flights. Every now and again, if all of a sudden it goes quiet because I stop talking, it's because I'm still COVID-y, and therefore every now and again I've got to mute the microphone and still have a coughing fit or whatever. But all good. Yeah, spectacularly nice livery. You can download it as well on flightsim.to for now. Although those of you on X-Plane, Zato's moved all of his liveries to the X-Plane forums due to some ongoing issues with the FS flightsim.to website. Shall we dive in? I mean, even that's great. We've got all the tugs sort of moving around. From the gates we can see fellow avgeeks and passengers waiting to fly as well, looking keenly towards the aeroplane. So it gives us this slightly more immersive look and feel about everything. And we could request boarding as well. Probably a bit late for that, so I shan't worry. Don't want to disengage. Want flight directors on. Okay, let's review route 1 of 3 today using Navigraph. So initially we're going to depart here at Christchurch. Taxi. We're going to push start facing south, and then we're going to taxi to runway 02. Bar Alpha, crossing runway 29. All the way down to Alpha 7, then departing on the runway heading northbound on the Mukvu 1 Papa Arnav departure. So initially flying after takeoff actually with a left turn 001 degrees. Runway heading is 016. We've got a slight left turn of about 15 degrees-ish to head towards Ovlam, climbing up to at and above 2000 before commencing a left turn, maximum of 210 knots to Isgan, still climbing away, Damru above 5000, Mukvo, and then from there we're off to Guput. climbing up to flight level 300 today, off to Queenstown. That really tricky arrival. So it's quite a short hop from Guppet, Sunnar, up Nix, over the mountains, usually incredibly scenic if the weather's good for it, and then into Elruv, where we're then going to join the Elruv 4 Bravo arrival, RMP arrival for runway 23 into Queenstown. Lots of terrain to avoid. Grab, nice one, good stuff. Glad it's working. How is GSX with it? Well, you know what? We haven't got a custom profile installed, but since you guys have asked, let's just click request boarding and we'll see what happens. So I'm just firing up GSX as well as getting the AP working. We've configured for the arrival into Queenstown already because of how short the flight is. So there's so much to do in the Boeing that we just simply don't have time to faff during the incredibly short cruise. But from Pampu, at or above flight level 150, Ekvox at or above 10,000 feet, and then into Atkil for the initial approach fix. From there, we're going to expect the RMP Zulu runway 23 right with a sweeping left turn descending through the valley up to Atvup, and then a sweeping right turn through the valley following the river down to Larav, where we'll get the autopilot off, most likely if the weather's good, and we will hope for the best and land with maximum auto brake. Roy, hello to you, welcome. Missed approach detail is this inset here. If we do get it wrong and we go around, we're going to have to head down the lake to November Victor. Head back to Sungu and hold. Going to be interesting. Flight time for the first leg, we are looking at 41 minutes air time, so it is very, very short indeed. This is GSX. There's a literally default GSX. This is so. If I had the time, maybe tomorrow actually, I'll work on a custom profile. But it's already kind of working nicely enough as it is, but it will need some tweaks naturally. But otherwise, the scenery's looking quite good with it, to be fair. It'll be interesting to see what you could do with the passengers, setting those walking waypoints and things, to be honest. Get the APU bleed on. .25 out of 140 boarded at the moment. Alan, don't see my livery. Interesting. Whereabouts you parked? It might be that you don't have the VMR. The VMR download on the website is broken. On the British AvGeek website. Is it really? No, Roy, not members only. You've got to be subscribed to chat, and that then prevents some of the weird issues we've had in the past with spam bots and things. That's weird. That's very weird, because I thought I extracted that before. Let me... yes. Okay, bear with me, Fritz. I obviously broke it. I'll try and do that right now. How about that? Because we're waiting for GSX anyway. I did it earlier today. It's obviously COVID brain. Yeah, basically, Alan, you want to head to the British AvGeek website. Not yet, though, because I need to fix what I broke earlier on the website with the VMR download link. You want to head to the website and you want to download the VMR right at the bottom of the screen. And basically, what will happen there is you add that to vPilot, and it will then look for any Osprey Airways livery files that you've got, and it will then allow you to match with the BVX call signs. Done. Publish. Go. Right, Fritz. Anas, welcome. I'll tell you when it's done. There you go. So now if you go back to the website, the VMR should work. And it includes this now as well, the Osprey Holidays livery. And Zato, who's in the 737, no, the 727, I think. He's probably one of these that it's spawned as. We've got quite a few Ospreys joining us today, though. Very exciting. I'm not sure who that is, though, the yellow one. Sato, the yellow is actually you. Oh, for goodness sake. That means I didn't do it correctly. When you've spawned in, Zato, have you spawned in, is it type code B727? Rich, no worries, thanks for letting me know. Sorry, I messed that up earlier on as well. Craziness. If you enjoyed today's stream as well, make sure you hit the like button. Oh, somebody asked if we had a custom cabin as well. I don't think we do yet. Let's see. Look at that. We've got a little palm tree on the wing. Very cool. You know, we've got this premium. Oh, look at these seats. You know what? This is the first time I've seen this. This is DamoDesigns' own cabin that he's done for Osprey. Oh, look at that. He's even done the in-flight magazine and taken, basically used TAPSI's safety demonstration as well, 737-800. That's it, my goodness. How are they walking? It's like middle of the sky. That's quite cool, actually. And look at that, ski down under, just there. So that's what we're doing today. We're flying around New Zealand on behalf of Air New Zealand as well. And we've got the Luke Air tool with the cabin announcements.
Gentlemen, my name is Cameron and I'm your in-flight service manager.
So,
on behalf of your captain, your first officer and your cabin
there's
crew,
our V-Speeds, flap 5, departure.
Air New Zealand is proud to be part of the Star Alliance network.
V1 at 140, 141 at rotate, and 149 V2. Add the 10 gives us 159 knots, V2 plus 10.
Please assist the cabin crew in preparing for departure by placing your carrying luggage either while
We've got 11 pages of basically waypoints today. In effect, most of those are just the RNAV star and the missed approach in Queenstown. There's about 5-6 pages just for that alone, which is madness.
This is a non-smoking service, and I would like to remind you that smoke detectors have
Larav, where is it? Larav is 6 miles from runway 23, so I'm going to do a fixed ring. Runway 23.
In the meantime, just make yourselves comfortable, and once again, welcome aboard. Thank you.
6 miles. Cruise flight level 300. We've got our performance page initialized and ready to go as well. Cost index of 8, transition altitude of 13,000, average cruise winds. In an incredibly short cruise, we've got 267 degrees at 30 knots. Zero fuel weight 59.3 tons. So it's not too dissimilar to that of the 737-800, to be fair. Just can carry a lot more passengers. Mac, absolutely. Providing you have a custom profile, it will then improve it even better, basically. We've also got the landing rate widget for Flow Pro, Parallel 42's Pro installed as well, ready to go. We've got the controls visualizer as well. We'll use that today too. Rab says the Meton never seems to work at NZQA. Yeah, so you have to use the VATSIM one. So I'm prepping for pushback already, so we're kind of layering GSX now. So we've got the tug waiting, ready to go. We should get at some point soon the dispatcher as well. Jeff, you know what, I'm not 100% sure. I feel like it does, because we did a load of funkiness didn't we, with approaching to Gibraltar. We added a load of pseudo waypoints, RF waypoints and things like that into it. Mac Mayhem, yes, so the animated cargo loading is GSX. Fuel X, anti-ice hydraulics, doors overhead. Centre tanks are empty, so we might as well pop those on. Seatbelt signs are on already. APU's on bleed. Packs are on auto at the moment. Voice recorder's on. Window heat's set on. IRS are aligned. APU's generating power. Yaw dampers on. Hydraulic pumps are on. Probe heat is auto, so you could ignore it if you want, forget about it. After takeoff, it will then lift up. It will recognise the loss of weight on the wheels, and it will then get the probe heats on, I think, from memory. Rab, yeah, just, you know what, just about in limits though. Dry, tailwind of 5 knots, we'll take it. We'll still go with runway 23. Full reverse max auto brake. Pressurisation panel set, 30,000 feet. Landing altitude at the moment here at Christchurch is 150 feet. And then we can go to wheel chocks. Park brake is set, wheel chocks removed. Transponder set 1228, we need to set that as the frequency for Unicom. Almost done on the bags. I'm not going to worry about any VORs or anything at the moment, at least into out of Christchurch. And the RMP approach into Queenstown isn't really an issue for us either. We don't need to worry about tuning anything there either. However, there is a VOR at Christchurch, or an NDB, which I might tune if I can find it on the charts. There we are, 1136. Just as an additional bit for us as a guide. Okay, so all the equipment's going to be cleared away.
We are ready for pushback.
Look at this, it's effortless. We've got all those passengers in the terminal there. Weather seems to have cleared as well slightly. Very nice. A Shadowbox, legendary. Yes, Rab, indeed. Doesn't matter. We can muck around a little bit more flexibly on Unicom. Anti-collision lights on.
Bypass permit certain.
Christchurch traffic, Osprey 165, 737-900, stand 19, QNH 1019ers, push start facing south, Christchurch traffic. The METAR at the moment here, it's 1018 now actually, but it's 240 degrees at 1 knots, so wind's effectively calm. We're going to take off with a slight tailwind really. 9,000 metres visibility, 14 degrees Celsius for the temperature, and the dew point is also 14 degrees Celsius, so we can expect fog because the saturation point is the same as the air temperature. There's no spread. QNH 1018.
Christchurch traffic, Osprey 2306. 727-200 will be pushing back facing to northwest.
Release parking brakes, please. Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Christchurch traffic, Osprey 5563,
Okay.
stand 22. Push and start, stand facing southwest. Christchurch traffic.
Flight attendants, arm your doors.
Christchurch traffic, Osprey 2472, push and start, stand 27 facing to the south.
Players, laptops, video cameras must now be
Christchurch traffic.
switched
Ah,
off.
Brian, did it not?
If you have a mobile phone or PDA, activate the flight mode and then turn your device off.
Oh, it says
If your
30 minutes
particular
ago
model is
actually.
not
Sorry, it
equipped with
says
flight
member
mode
for
settings,
20 months.
it must
Excited
be
for the next
switched off and remain
update.
off
Thanks
the
for the
duration of the
dreams.
flight.
The
Flight
streams.
attendants, check
You're
out
most welcome. So, you know what? I did see it, Brian. I did see it. I just missed it. Sorry.
Pushing back facing northwest.
Not sure what to expect with pushback. Again, it's a custom GSX, sorry, a default GSX profile. Therefore, we might see a little bit of goofiness.
Shortly we'll show a safety video about this aircraft. You'll also find a safety briefing card in your seat pocket.
Such a great
Please watch
livery,
the
look at
video
that.
and read your card so you're familiar with the
You
safety
can download it
procedures.
for free on the website, britishaviate.com/MSFS-liveries. You'll find it there.
Air New Zealand flight. Even if you fly with us frequently, please watch this safety demonstration carefully, as it is specific to this aircraft.
Osprey
Make sure your
804
cabin baggage is
Foxtrot
safely stowed,
will be waiting
either
for
in
the
the
traffic
overhead
behind
lockers
me
or
at
under the seat
1017
in front of
and
you.
then I'll push back and face out.
Airdog, so this livery was created by DamoDesigns. He has a Fiverr account effectively where you can purchase custom liveries, commission liveries, 25 quid roughly a livery. He's done wonderful work with this.
During the flight. To release the seatbelt, simply lift the lever. Should oxygen masks drop from the overhead panels, activate your mask by pulling it towards you. Oxygen will flow through the mask, even though the bag may not inflate. Place the mask over your nose and mouth and adjust the headband for a secure fit. And make sure your own mask
Please
is
sit
fitted
parking
before
brake.
fitting others.
Bit multitasking, we can do that at the same time as we put the Pro Peats on. We'll check Gen 1 and 2, let's just confirm that as well with GSX, confirm a good engine start.
We have a good engine start. With your hands on top of your head, elbows against your thighs. Otherwise, if you can reach the seat in front of you, brace yourself against
And we'll switch the APU off as well.
Your life jacket is under your seat or under the centre armrest. Remove it from
Lap
the
5.
Put
Oh
your
Mark,
life
nice
jacket
one.
on while
I'll look out for you.
clip the waistband together and pull it tight.
Still a fair bit of fog here though.
Only inflate your life jacket as
Hoping
you
as we get
exit
towards the
aircraft
mountains
by
it
pulling
should
down on the red
should clear.
If your life
We'll
jacket
reach
is
mountains
not
very
flat,
quickly.
use the mouthpiece. Your crew are now indicating emergency exits. Please
Auto brake set
note your
RTO,
nearest
flaps
exit
green
may
and
be
5.
behind you. Count the rows of seats to the exit. In an emergency evacuation, if safe path
Tow
lighting
truck
will help guide
disconnected.
you.
Bypass pin removed.
Smoking is a hazard and is not permitted
System
on
page.
plane
Lift is
anywhere
clear.
Check
near
the surface
Right
controls.
clear.
Electronic devices may interfere with aircraft systems.
Harry, no, that's a good system. That's a very good system. You would definitely be able to run MSFS with that. That's a mega system.
For information on electronics that may be used during
I don't know why you
flight,
thought you couldn't
refer
know.
to the safety card or check with your crew.
Okay, we'll wait for the ground pin
Prepare for
indication.
takeoff. Ensure your seat back is upright. Make sure your tray
Custom
table
ground
is
textures here are
locked securely,
fantastic.
Your footrest is fitted
There we are, we've got the wave.
and your seatbelt is tightly fastened.
Christchurch traffic, Osprey 165 taxi to Hold Point Alpha 7, runway 02 via Alpha, cross runway 29. There we are.
And traffic, Osprey
Taxi
236
lights.
taxiing to runway 02 via Foxtrot Alpha, holding point Alpha 7.
Do another little caution test. Test lights are on, APU's almost off, lights and signs as required.
Osprey 5563, taxiing to Hold Point Alpha 7, runway 02 via Alpha.
Joey, yes, there is one being worked on, buddy, yeah.
Christchurch traffic.
LNAV, VNAV, auto throttle.
Christchurch traffic, Osprey
Airdog,
257,
it's
following
DamoDesigns.
traffic to holding point Alpha 7, runway 02.
If you have a look at the website, the actual the name, I've written his name out there. But if failing that, have a look on. I think in our Discord server, in the livery section, you can actually contact him directly and then ask for his Fiverr link, and he'll send you that, and you can have a little look to see what he offers, basically. Something's running dreadfully there. Oliver, hello, yeah, it's the Luke Air tool. There's a bit we didn't see. Little fire station. We go through a car that was in the way of the taxiway there. Just got to make sure I'm steering straight.
Christchurch traffic, Osprey 804 Foxtrot, pushing back from 1017 facing south.
It's a very well detailed scenery, this, isn't it?
Christchurch traffic has 50% to crossing runway 29.
They've got a full 3D custom modelled airport, including all the surrounding business parks, which is over 300 buildings from what I'm reading here on this little thing they've sent me as an explanation as to what they've created. They've got NZA's full PBR true to life runway and apron textures put in place. Even done the markings on the roads to be true to life as well, in addition to fence weeds and things all along the fences. They've got custom approach runway and apron lighting to match the real world. They've terraformed the runway, they've set up the parking positions with the correct airline codes for compatibility with air traffic mods such as AIG, FSLTL and others. Interiors for the main terminal, all boarding areas and more. Regional, domestic, international departure areas. The Air New Zealand domestic Kourou lounge. Public shops, check-in areas, the Novotel with top and ground floor, fully 3D and high-res parallax room textures. The air traffic control tower, the private jet terminal, helicopters at the south end of the airport as well. There's the flying doctor service we didn't see. So lights, strobe steady, we'll leave the logo lights off, taxi lights off, runway turn off lights on, landing lights on. Do one more check of that. We'll pop traffic mode on as well, and fuel flow reset rate. And our VNAV's armed, auto thrust is armed as well. Runway 02's confirmed. Christchurch traffic, Osprey 165 lining up via Alpha 7, runway 02, taking off Muk V1 departure. One Papa.
And Christchurch traffic, Osprey 2306 will be landing up 02 behind.
It's much better than the payware for Birmingham, Harry. In fact, that, as good as it is, it's lacking in areas, and actually it needs to be updated, that Birmingham scenery.
Foxtrot, Alpha 15 and Alpha.
Brits livery's crisp. This is my first time looking at it close up. It's great, isn't it? Philip says check out the conga line behind us. What I want to do is where are we? Oh, different area. Epic. I was hoping we'd have the sheep. Okay, stick forward. You guys want to see that? The control visualizer. Set 40% on the throttle. Let's roll, folks.
Traffic, Osprey 804 Foxtrot, taxiing via Alpha to Alpha 7.
Brakes off. Engines look good. Toga. Waiting for Robert Randazzo's call-outs.
Christchurch traffic, Osprey 2306 signing up, runway 02.
There we are. Look at the runway textures. You can even see the grooves on the runway. And the waviness of it, looking all the way down through the horizon. It looks wonderful, this.
Christchurch traffic, Osprey 804 Foxtrot, crossing runway 2.
Careful of the rotation.
Christchurch traffic.
Not going beyond 10, I think. And then as we climb away, begin to chase the flight directors. Gear up. And we're turning left. Following the flight directors are still manually flying this. So for a moment, even though we're about to put
traffic, New Zealand 775,
all this back
taxi
on again.
Alpha 202.
CMDA engaged now with wings level, gears up, so RDO to off, the order brake, gear lever off, runway turn off, lights off. Engine starts, actually we've got auto ignition on this, so we could just leave it in auto. That makes things easier. And that is it. We're going to work through our flap retraction speeds. 4 minutes between departures. That sounds like a good idea, Ian, actually, because of the runways at Queenstown. 210 knot restriction. That is our minimum clean speed as well, so we'd get the flaps up at this point. Christchurch traffic. Osprey 165's airborne, 4,000 and climbing. Here we go.
Christchurch traffic, Osprey 2306 departing runway 02 via the
Adam, welcome on board, buddy. Thanks for subscribing.
departure.
Cornelius, welcome. Lazaros as well. Kalispera. So this is the Orbex mesh. Look how great it looks.
Christchurch traffic, Osprey 563 is lining up and waiting.
When we then look at
02.
what's to come with the latest world update due on Thursday, Asobo have said they've increased the DEM of the photogrammetry on the North and the South Islands to it's something crazy, isn't it? Like 1 meter or something like that. So it could well be the most detailed country in the history of flight simulation, and with all of the airports being included, potentially the most detailed as well. What have we got? Where's the airport? Oh, it's over there actually. Need a fiddle with a drone camera. Usually it's 3 and no 2 and 6 or something like that. Look at that for a steep angler bank. It's spectacular ramp, absolutely.
Christchurch traffic, Osprey 2306 airborne 2,000 feet for visitors.
We're actually climbing through the fog as well. Adam, yeah, this is the 737-900ER. There's one of the guys just taking off there. Assume that is Zato. I've got to find out what Zato's logged in as well, actually, so I can try and do some magic. 0722, that's why. I put it as 727. There we go. Now you're a CRJ 900 Osprey Regional Zato. That's the closest match I can make. Which means I then have to update these BMR file again. There's the airport from below. In fact, if we go to... there, look at that. I mean, yeah, heat blur is in the way a little bit. Climbing all the way to flight level 300. This is an epic livery, gotta say. DamoDesigns has done an incredibly good job.
Traffic, Osprey 5563, departing
You guys can
runway
download it for
02
free
on the Mach
and enjoy it.
31
Fly where you want
departure,
in this aeroplane. This PMDG 737-900ER. It's the first livery that we've got for Osprey Airways available in the sim as well for it. Look at that view. Flight level 400 RAB, my goodness. To Queenstown.
Christchurch traffic, Osprey 2472, lining up behind company traffic, runway 02, wait 4 minutes for separation. Christchurch traffic.
Lots of screenshots already. I'm going to be smashing them all onto Volanta. We've got 3, isn't it? It's just... I mean, Christchurch is the biggest city in the South Island. But it just is surrounded by spectacular scenery. I mean, the sim does a wonderful job of showing how good it looks. It absolutely blows my mind sometimes. AirDog, no, this is all default. So Olivier, we're flying today Christchurch to Queenstown. We're going to try the really tricky approach into Queenstown in this PMDG 737-900ER. We're going to turn around, we're going to fly back to Christchurch for another look at it as a pre-release preview today for the scenery. We're going to have another look at it with some different lighting conditions as that sun starts to move around and go down, and the weather changes as well. So hoping that fog might have moved clear. Then we're going to take off and head up to Wellington. We've got Flightbeam's wonderful Wellington Airport scenery, another shortish runway. We'll turn around at Wellington, then we're going to fly back to Christchurch. Hopefully at that point it'll be night time, because I've wound the sim time back 4, 5, 6 hours. Hoping then that time it should be night, and then we'll see Christchurch on approach at night time as well. So we'll have seen it day and night, variable weather conditions across three first looks at the scenery. When the New Zealand World Update comes, what we'll do is we'll revisit the same route, or similar routing, sorry, and we'll compare against the Orbex mesh along with all the other stuff that's been updated with the World Update coming on Thursday. So when that does arrive, I think next Monday or Tuesday, or round about that time anyway, we will revisit New Zealand. We'll fly out of Christchurch, we'll go to Queenstown, we'll head to Auckland, we'll head to Wellington and back to Queenstown. And then again, yeah, when the ATR 72 comes, we'll take that out for some Air New Zealand domestic hops. David, have a good day. Mark Zato's should be in a 727, but we don't have that, obviously. Andrew, hello, buddy. Seven 27200, I think it is, Rab. Norman, good morning. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are we doing on the climb? 21,000 feet. Top of climb at Sumar. Top of descent not long after that, look, at Upnix. So we've already done our descent planning. We've already done our forecast. There we are. And in addition to that, we've already got the arrivals input as well. So Ellery 4 Bravo for the Arnav Zulu runway 23 approach. And it's going to be via Atkill. While we're climbing, we will take the opportunity to begin setting our minimums and everything like that too. So airport elevation 1,150 is the closest. So we need to set that into Queenstown. RMP Zulu, minimum's 2,709 feet. My goodness. Alright, we're going to have to set that. That's going to take a while to scroll for that. Oh my god, okay. Good job we started now. We'll be at top of descent before we get to that. And we need to set our V speeds as well. So we need to take our estimated landing weight. Jack, it's the VATSIM network, so we're all transmitting on Unicom, transmitting blind it's called. Adam, thank you, buddy. No, you know what, very generous of you. Thank you for your support, mate. Really appreciate that. Glad you're enjoying the content. Thank you very much for a generous super chat. Those of you who use my VMR for AIG as well, I've updated that today with a couple of tweaks and updates. $2709.
I don't have much money, so I can't send more frown.
Adam, thank you very much. Very kind. That's done, that's done. We're going to go flat 40 today for the first time. Landing estimations using VAS Airplane Toolbox. I've punched the weather in. It's telling us with a landing weight of 63.5 tonnes, roughly. $136 knots, so 140... $141, adding the 5. Runway length, look, 1,891 metres. So for that, maximum auto brake needs to be used. We've got very, very little margin for error here, and that will give us a margin of 658 metres before we overrun. Hopefully that means if we get touchdown right at the type, right at the touchdown zone, nice and accurate, not worried about firmness or anything. What the heck is going on with speed? That was weird. Look at the speed there, it's trying to retard us to a very low speed. Okay, so BREF set, flat 40, 136, minimums are set. The QNH at Queenstown needs to be set as well, so we'll get the latest METAR again. QNH 1019, so wind 010 at 2 knots, 50 kilometers visibility, broken clouds 7,000 feet, temperature 17 degrees Celsius, dew point 11, QNH 1019. Okay, so that's all set. And now for the next 40 miles. I'll have a quick show to you guys of Navigraph. So this is our approach. Runway 23, the RMP Zulu. Although that's for Category B aircraft, it says, because they, I think, have now actually stopped. Stopped it for most. Oh, there we go. Got to be the RMP Golf then, I think. That's awesome. Givaki Kaba. And then hope for the best. RMP Hotel, that's another option. You know, we'll stick with RMP Zulu. I know it says Cat B, but it used to actually allow Cat C as well. But anyway, Atkil, QN 780, descending through from 10,000 feet here, all the way down through the valley. And we get to Atvup, we're then going to continue a right turn. We should see the rivers down here, that little blue line on the charts. We were looking for that, descending down to 3,300 feet at Larav. And then at the next, well, at some point here, I'll just, when I'm comfortable, I'll turn the autopilot off. We'll hand fly the whole thing in, because it's one of my favourite approaches. Runway 23, there's a bit of a bump here we've got to avoid, so it can kind of mess with your depth perception as well. But landing nice and accurate on the touchdown zone. Not too worried about smoothness. It's going to be a firm arrival today. And we're going to try and vacate at Alpha 3. So if we overshoot that because of how heavy we are and how fast we're landing in this, certainly more so than an A320, we're going to have to backtrack at 05, come off at Alpha 3, and then park at the gates. We're using the LRAV 4 Bravo arrival today. Mark, nice work. Adam says, why do you have your landing gear in the middle? I don't know much about Boeing. So in the 737, there are 3 positions. You have landing gear down, which is obviously gear down, and then you get the indications for 3 green being locked. When you take off and you retract the landing gear, you move it to the up position, so the hydraulic system pulls the landing gear back into the bay, shuts the bay doors, and then you should have all the lights go out. At that point, you want to turn the hydraulic system off, otherwise the pumps are constantly trying to move the gear up and keep it up. So you basically isolate the system to protect the hydraulics. So you turn the system off. That's what that is. Okay, top of descent coming up already. So let's set MCP down to 3000. $3,300 in fact. The missed approach for this, Harry, it does, yes. That's going to be one of the concerns today with these short hops. Missed approach, we've got to basically fly over the runway, overfly it completely, and then turn over the lake. Cab at or above 3,200, NOLAV at or above 4,000 with ATC restrictions. Then head south over the lake, climbing up to 10,000 feet, holding at Sungu. There's a lot for us to do, a lot for us to tackle and consider and work with today. It's very fun indeed. Let's catch some of these views before we commit to our descent. Let's see. We've got to get the mountains in, look at that. Mount Cook down there. Again, another spectacular airport scenery. I think we've just passed Mark, who's flying below in the Kodiak somewhere, going the opposite direction back to Christchurch. Andy, hello buddy, welcome. Been with us for 8 months now, thanks for the ongoing support. Mark's down here somewhere. You can see our contrails. Andy, welcome as well. Hope you're good. Saying back from skiing holiday, nice in the Tyrolean Alps. Very nice. Yeah, Mount Cook is literally there actually. It's a great little scenery. We've explored it in the helicopter and flown in on that H-jet, if for those of you who remember that stream a little while ago now. Harry can't wait for the New Zealand update, neither can I. This is the Orbex New Zealand mesh, which kind of makes it even more stunning to fly around. But when that New Zealand World Update comes, I can't remember, I'm sure one of you guys might be able to find out while we're flying along. I can't remember what resolution the photogrammetry is going to become. Here we go. So auto brake 3 is set, auto brake max is set, sorry, we've got all of that set as well. Runway heading is 234. Carlito, I think that's just what model matching has decided to put in. It does its random things sometimes. Basically whatever vPilot asks for. RF 068 QN 775 8600 UN 77075. These are those pseudo waypoints, the RF waypoints that the aircraft has put in itself. Adam, have a good day. Okay, I have no idea what to expect. Mark, nice. While we've got a moment, let's try and find some of those screenshots from today. So, this Mark flying in his Kodiak. No screenshots yet, I don't unless they're in here. Yes, there we go. Very nice. Oh no, you're in the 310R, not the Kodiak. Oh, there's us. Awesome. Good spot. We got Zato. He's done some screenshots. He's in this, the Boeing 727. Look at that. Very good. And it is indeed, yes, captain's only landing. Mateo, he's on X-Plane, Zato is. Adam says, did my first FATS in flight at the First Wings event. Oh, I was just reading that. Someone else contacted me actually, said about the First Wings event, said it was just too busy. And part of me wonders if maybe it's become too big an event to actually help new people on the network. Maybe they need to do more, you know, some smaller events. AJ Fernani says, did you find out what livery was causing crash to desktops from yesterday? No, so weirdly enough at the end of yesterday's stream there was a Oslo Gardermoen Airport scenery update for Oslo sitting in my Orbex Direct account, which is a bit weird. And then this morning when I went in again today to make sure I'd got the NZ mesh installed, there was another update for Oslo Gardermoen Airport. All a little bit strange. So I'm wondering if it was in fact an issue with the airport scenery in the end. Yeah, that's what I heard, Adam, actually. I heard the controllers started shouting at people and things. Not great. thing is, for those of you who like to fly Osprey Airways and you've been practicing bat sim and things, when we fly on these streams, I appreciate you'll be on stream, so there's that little bit of element of nerve to it, I suppose. But we're on Unicom here, so you could fly around one of the sectors that we're doing today to join us. You could do a little Wellington to Christchurch at the very end, for example, in 3 sectors time for us. $14.50 for that one, I think. Generate the next flight plan ready. Look at all those waypoints, my god. That's the 737 putting in its own waypoints to smooth out the turns, which in theory then mean we could just leave it an LNAV and VNAV and allow it to descend into the valley until we're happy and we're ready to take over. Mike, welcome, welcome. David, no, they're helping somebody else out without going into detail. So the second I connected, I got a PDC for clearance, and then he went offline. But hey, if it means that we don't have to listen to 13 wailing kids, we're all good. Second leg Zato is 5 minutes shorter, I think. Ian, I love it. Joey, it does, I think, yes. Let me find out. I'm punching it into Google now. Christchurch. So you can go direct to Nadi in Fiji. Lovely. You can fly to Auckland, Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane, and then they have some Hong Kong routes and Singapore routes. There you go. Look at that for international, including some long haul. And then in addition to that, they've got the seasonal or the more local sort of routes. Waitangi, Palmerston North, Napier, Rotorua, which is going to be included in the New Zealand World Update. Tauranga, Hamilton, New Plymouth, Nelson, Blenheim, Hokitika, Wanaka, Invercargill and Dunedin. No doubt pronounced them all wrong. In addition to Wellington as well. And Queenstown. Thank you, David. Yeah, I'm not gonna go into that too much. Just getting myself sorted out. Going to join you to Wellington. Watch back at the start. Christchurch looks epic. Oh, I know. We had a really good preview of that actually at the start, didn't we? We had a great exploration of the airport. Rab says, I'm just in ecstasy looking at my 48-inch 4K TV flying is secondary. The views here are always great, aren't they? I mean, look at that. And as you descend further into the hills...
Ladies and gentlemen, in preparation for
Philip,
landing,
don't.
please make sure all electronic devices are
I tried.
Your seatbelts are securely fastened and your seatbacks and tray tables are in the upright and locked positions. If you've had any carrying luggage out during the flight, now is the time to make sure it is securely stowed. Either Wellington needs a seat in front of you or on the overhead lockers above. Once again, if you are in one of our exit rows today, please make sure all carrying luggage is stowed in the overhead lockers only.
Flying the ATR here, and where's this car? This is where we're going to bring the ATR when it first comes to Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's going to be here, I think. But look at that. My pronunciation efforts for most places have almost become a meme in themselves, so I do apologise. If you're from any of those locations in New Zealand, they've just destroyed the pronunciation for. We've not done this approach for a long time, have we? I'm actually quite excited. Adam Wednesday, yes. Just remember to pronounce the I as a U. Tumaru. So pronouncing I as a U, so Invercargill, as I would say it, would be Unvercargill and Dunedin. I guess not in every case. Transition. Queenstown traffic, Osprey 165, Boeing 737-900, inbound with QNH 1019er at Atkill. 11,000 feet, descending 3,000 for the RMP Zulu runway 23 approach. We'll report at Atvill. Queenstown traffic.
Queenstown traffic, Osprey 737-200 at 13,000. Inbound.
Yeah, exactly, Cornelius.
You're going to be expecting the RNAV Zulu.
Dick to duck, you mean?
We will call
Dick to duck.
Inbound.
Ian says it's got HDR on the other day. The difference was immense. Oh, a little micro stutter there. Yeah, Ram actually, ATR flights with Aer Lingus regional, is it? The domestic network as well, that'd be quite cool around Cork, Shannon, smaller regions. 10,000 feet, very choppy already actually now. And with this, because we have, we've talked about this in past actually, because we have the auto ignition, we can just leave the, instead of putting it onto continuous for approach, we can just leave it in auto the whole time. That makes things a lot easier for us. Right, this is all going to happen very quickly now, so actually, let's get rid of the music, even though it's a epic tune about to play. Because this could go wrong very quickly. I've done this once in the 737-700, I believe, haven't we? Was it the 737-700 or the 737-600? Not in the 900ER. My goodness, what have we done? 2000, that's VOR 136. That's there, 15 DME. 15 miles.
Traffic Osprey 2306 is now inbound Atkill. We are after Atkill. We're gonna head for the Queenstown VOR. We will expect the we will still expect the RNAV runway
Atkill. What's your speed? I think I'm only about 30 seconds ahead of you.
I'm currently at 230 knots.
Yeah, received at 240 at the moment. I'm going to be reducing imminently to about 180.
Roger, I'll slow down to 180 as well.
There you go, I'm just about to pass Atbub in 2 miles, if that helps. Here we go. Look at that. If you're a passenger now, you can see this. Queenstown traffic, Osprey 165 overhead at Verp inbound for the RNAV Zulu runway 23. Will report final.
Queenstown traffic, Osprey 2306. We are at 9,000 feet at 180 knots inbound at work. We will call when we are on final.
234. Going to set that for missed approach. 141. Water brakes set. Lights, signs, final ding. There's the river.
Queenstown traffic, Osprey 5563 is at inbound. The RNAV Zulu runway 23 approach.
And let's go. Control visualizer. You guys can guess the landing rate again. We're going to do one more check of that. Gear down. Lap 15. I reckon we fly the rest in now. Auto thrust off. I throttle. Slowly letting that speed come down. Osprey 165, that's final runway 23. Bit of trim. Let's hand fly the whole thing, why not? $141. I'm going to maintain 160 for now. Got a 16 knot crosswind. Make sure speed brake is armed. Up 30. Now we are flying visual approach. Lap 40. Brit says his butt kicker is going absolutely nuts in these hills. Yeah, I do wish we had one for this kind of scenario. This is epic. Set 10,000, there's the runway.
Terrain, pull up.
Terrain inhibit mode. Active. So we're coming away from the terrain a little bit here because we've got all of that to contend with. Might as well fire the Toby eye tracker up as well. Might as well immerse ourselves in a final approach, make it tough.
Approaching minimums.
At the minute we're still slightly high, but we've got a rate of descent that's quite high as well, 1,300 foot per minute. So I'm just feeding in power slowly, and that is going to reduce our rate of descent. But I'm holding pitch at the moment because we've got 144 knots rate of descent, and it's nicely trimmed at that. Yeah, 144 knots, so that's good. Now we've got a bit of red, I think, starting to tickle in on the pappies. Ooh, hello. 6 knot crosswind.
We'll call when we have the runway inside.
1,000.
My favourite approaches. I'm doing this in the longest aircraft we've tried so far into this as well. 1 red. Need to try and capture rate of descent so we don't sink too quick. We should be getting to red in a moment. That terrain there really does mess with your eyes.
300. Sink rate. 200. 100. 50. 30. 20. 10.
Reverse. Green. Nose wheels down. Reverse power. Max auto brake. My goodness, we've slowed down already. Take over the brakes.
And Queenstown traffic Osprey 2306, slowing down to minimum approach speed. And Queenstown traffic Osprey 2306 has the field in sight. We are on a 5-mile final.
Queenstown traffic Osprey 5563 is at FUB 6,700 feet.
Just vacate.
Speed 180 knots inbound on the NZA 23.
Queenstown traffic Osprey 165 is vacated Alpha 3. One, two, three, four. Strobe steady. Spoilers. Flaps. Gate number R2. Which is right ahead of us. So let's have a little look at, let's get rid of that now, our touchdown rating. There we go, look at that. Just shy of the beginning of the touchdown zone, but firm at 201, 1.14 G. GSX.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated with your seatbelts securely fastened until this aircraft has come to a complete stop.
It is a flow widget, David, yeah.
When preparing to disembark, please remember to
Might have to
take all
restart
personal belongings with you,
QATL.
and please take care while opening those overhead lockers. If your cell phone or other electronic device is now within reach, you may now switch to stop. Finally, on behalf of your onboard team, would like to thank you for flying with Air New Zealand on the Star Alliance network. It has been a pleasure having you aboard. Take care, have a great day.
Oh, look at
and
this.
thank you for flying.
Oh! Did you just cross? Oh. I thought he crashed. I actually thought you'd crashed.
And I got way too low there.
Cool, we'll leave the camera over there, roughly, so we're pointing in the relative direction of the runway. My goodness.
And Osprey 2306 vacated the runway.
Now I don't know why, but all of a sudden
Queenstown traffic Osprey 2462 is overhead at kill inbound.
we've gone very much to a slideshow.
Zulu runway 23, reduce speed to 210 knots. Queenstown traffic.
Okay, now we've got dispatcher. That's fine, because what it's meant is
Queenstown
this
traffic,
whole
Osprey
time
5563 is a 5-mile final for runway 23, Queenstown.
we've had the ability to... My goodness. Like a bloody slideshow. Air New Zealand, Oliver. There we go. But what happened there was GSX was trying to load in all of its ground stuff, and it was just basically taking up every bit that the sim had available, frames-wise. So we've got a custom GSX profile for this airport. We're going to see what it looks like. Oh, so close. I'm gonna get the 0.2. Frames are back now, weirdly enough. Stand by. There we are. Parking brake is set. Engine's looking good. Now really, before we turn this off, we want to have a look at all of the engine indications. We're looking at all the temperatures, the pressures, everything. Brake fan dial wise, I don't think we've got brake temperatures on display at the moment. That's fine. APU's fired up. And engine's off. I'm hoping it. Oh, there we go. I think this is David's touchdown. Matt stands 7F.
Queenstown traffic. Osprey 2472's overhead at 6,600 feet, speed 210 knots. Queenstown traffic.
Very nicely done. Request deboarding. Yeah, look, so this is like GSX now trying to load in all the stuff, so we actually have become a slideshow. If we just wait for a moment, it will kind of sort itself out again.
Queenstown traffic, Osprey 553, vacated runway 23 at Alpha 3.
So these are walk-in stands. There we go, it's sorted itself out now. So what we should see, probably turn the anti-collision lights off. What we should see is the passengers actually start to disembark and walk into the terminal themselves.
Passengers deboarding starting.
I know, it's a love-hate relationship at times, Hergy, isn't it? Look how long the jet is in comparison. Wait for everybody to grab their bags. All I want is one screenshot. Here we go. Welcome to Queenstown. That is a funky t-shirt the guy in the front of the plane's wearing. My goodness. So this is where GSX comes into its own. You have a custom profile which makes it look so good. Look at that.
Queenstown Queensland traffic, Osprey 2472, turning onto final, runway 27. Correction,
We can
runway
zoom out.
23, Queensland
Now
traffic.
that is a screenshot and a half. Orvalanta literally destroying the servers. It's all GSX in one of the most spectacular locations in the world. Got one on final. I saw some lights actually, it looked quite high. Hopefully, Mark, and then hopefully we are hot on your heels into Wellington. Keep smashing the like button, folks, if you're enjoying today's live stream. We're going to head back into Christchurch in a moment, just topping and tailing bits ready to go for the turnaround on Volanta and that sort of thing. Sim brief, loading the new route via Navigraph as well. Queenstown to Christchurch, runway 23 departure, Anpo 3 Bravo via Timjo. Flight level 290, and then towards Christchurch Dot Key for Alpha arrival. ILS 02 into Christchurch for Idubu, unless the weather's changed. Dot Meta, NZCH. Ah, wind's calm. 0 degrees at 0 knots, 7,000 meters visibility. Remarks, Sugarloaf, 290 at 16 knots. Here he comes. It's another 737. Oh yeah, by the way, I should probably say, because our door is open, their door will be open. So don't be too confused when you see it. I don't know, I think it's just Sugarloaf, like as in like a hill or a mountain. That looks steep, but it looked like it was bang on the touchdown zone, and you go for accuracy over firmness here. That looked pretty good. You've got to get that energy onto the tyres, onto the tarmac, get the brakes activated, get slowed down. Hey, look at that for immersion.
Queensland traffic, Osprey 2472 has cleared the active runway.
How cool does that look?
Queensland traffic.
Okay, let's prep for the next leg. So menu, FS actions, fuel.
Turning onto final, runway 23, Queensland traffic.
Block fuel 6867. Payload 160 passengers this time, my goodness. Cargo 3.9 tonnes apparently, but there is a discrepancy with the profile against the actual weights in the aeroplane. So zero fuel weight is what we're going to go by. 61.5, so we're already there actually almost. So we'll go 600. 16. 61.5. Gross weight of 68.4, which should give us an estimated landing weight of 66.1, which is only 200 kilograms lighter than the maximum estimated landing weight. Sorry, maximum landing weight. Route. So we're going to go NZQN NZCH and load the company route in, activate, execute. Osprey 165 is my call sign. Let's go back to the runway because I think someone else is on final. Yes, there we go, almost. Oh, you know what, it just looks like he's got that. God, that stopped on a sixpence. Good effort. That's believe it or not, that's the route. Tim Joe and then Dopke. NPS Gaming, I think you might have been right. Yeah. Departures.
Queenstown traffic, Osprey, 04 Foxtrot, vacated runway.
Runway 23.
Do you want to deboard probe?
No, I don't. Deboarding complete, so now we've got to get the punters back on again. So GSX, request boarding.
Boarding requested.
Ampo 3 Bravo.
Passengers boarding
Via
scheduled.
Tim Joe had. And then because we're very quickly going to be into descent, we need to think about arrival as well. So therefore, Dopke 4 Alpha, ILS runway 02. Via Idubu, Dopke 4 Alpha. Execute. And now we have 8 pages. Legs, route data, winds request, which is not going to allow us to do yet because we haven't put our weights in. So 65.1. To a fuel weight 50. Oh, hold on, 68.4. 68.4. 61.4. To a fuel weight. Reserves. Binres plus alternate 3.9. Cost index for the route is 35. Transition altitude is 13,000. And the cruise now for this one, flight level 290. Cruise winds 271 at 32. Execute. Now it's going to let us load in the wind. Got anyone else on final? Might have been last one in. Yes, look at that. Such a great livery. All the punters getting on the back and the front. Trying to nab a couple of screenshots with all of you guys parked up. We've got a few over here as well, haven't we, Mats? There we are. 737-700, I think that is. Yes. Very good. This is Inibuild's Queenstown Airport scenery. Very, very nice indeed.
Queenstown traffic, Osprey 784 on final.
Oh, we have another one. Quick. Which sounds like Carlito, I believe. Once he's down, we'll have a look at the procedures for our departure today as well, which will require a backtrack from that whole point just underneath now, Alpha 4. Awesome, we've got a few coming in. So we'll keep doing a bit of prep while we're working through. Ian, do you remember that? Actually, that was the last time we flew in here, wasn't it? We had like an episode of Air Crash Investigation. 13,000 for descent. 2 more after this one. Oh my goodness. And Christchurch Town approach online, David. Epic. Mats, we're going to depart runway 23. So, runway 23 departure, Ampo 3 Bravo for the SID. We've got to do our performance calculations now, so quickly pump back out here while I load in on Fast Airplane Toolbox. We'll get our new data in. We're watching for a couple of takeoffs. Queenstown to Christchurch.
Queenstown traffic, Osprey 784 on short final.
So we need to feed the data in here for the weather. What have we got? 010 at 2. Runway 23. °C. Takeoff weight is now 68.45 tons. We're going to go for optimal flap, engine bleeds on, anti-ice off, assume temperature optimum, thrust optimum. Calculate. It's telling us flap 15 for takeoff. Whoop. I'm sure this is just some servers struggling a little bit. That looked like a good approach actually, even if it landed just short, but this is tough. This is tough. We're going to use the whole runway apparently. Flap 15.
Queenstown traffic, New Zealand 775, 6 mile final for 23. Queenstown traffic.
I'm going to run the numbers with flap 25. My god. Flap 25 gives us a margin of 300 metres left. Ah, Matt, boot up though, you've still got a little bit of time. Failing that, join us from Christchurch if you do struggle. 1019. So, my god, flap 25. $26K it says. So actually if I go calculate flap 15, we'll use Toga and max rate climb. $15. $143. $153. Auto brake RTO. So, got another one on final. Yeah, Ian, still using Fast Airplane Toolbox. This is an epic departure. Actually, can we do this departure? Yeah, we can apparently. Transition through 13,000. Category A, B or C aircraft. Cross cab at or above 3,200. NOLA at or above 4,000. Rusex at or below 9. Bugset at or above 6. Dugak at or above 13. NCAV at or above flight level 180. Engine off branch point at Bugser. Right. So, once this guy's touched down, that's boarding complete. Here's the Air New Zealand. Definitely the VATSIM servers being a bit clunky. Now that looked wonderful, look at that. So let's look at the Navigraph data then, shall we? This is what we're doing today. Pushing, going to taxi Alpha 4, backtrack runway 23, turn at the end, hold it on the brakes. We're going to start to set takeoff thrust on the brakes, then we'll release. After takeoff, 234 degrees, immediate left turn following the river, all the way southbound on this arc, this RNAV arc left, climbing all the way up to 4,000 and above to about 9,000 rucksack. At Bugser, if we have an engine failure, we have to continue pointing down the river, descend and ditch. Failing that, we're going to turn, climbing arc right, Dugak at or above 13,000, avoiding the terrain, and then heading back over the airfields, over the mountings at Metux, Anpov, and then Timjo, like so. That is going to be potentially incredibly scenic, but very challenging as well. Flat 15 MPS Gaming. When we then get back towards Christchurch, we're going to head in via Dopkey, on the Dopkey for Alpha arrival. Although apparently we've got ATC now, so I better check the ATIS. ATIS Bravo, expect ILS DME approach or RMP approach runway 02, surface wind 320 at 1, temperatures 13, QNH 1018. At 1. Poddy 6,000. Charlie Hotel 621. And then Idubu for the initial approach fix, max 210 knots at 3,000. And then we're going to expect the ILS runway 02 via Idubu, which is that. It's a straight in approach basically. Last one. It's a Mad Dog. It's Hergy1234. My god, we've got loads flying along today. This is great. Hope you guys are having good fun. MD82 into Queenstown. My goodness. Oh, look at that. Show off. Little flick at the end as well. Go on, Hergy. Is that the last one? We are filling up. So, flight level 290, 4 minutes for departure again for each takeoff, but then obviously it's going to take about a minute to backtrack. Flight level 290 for cruise now. We'll leave Propy on automatic, gives us one less thing to worry about. They're all looking fine. Centre tanks are empty as well, all the brakes set RTO. Flat 15 should be enough. We're going to go with Toga today for this takeoff. climb profile 1 just to smooth it out a bit. Okay, 4 chocks removed. That's still set 2000. It's an RNAV departure, so I don't need to worry about any other bits. We're going to set... In fact, we're going to set 290 straight away. There's that manual turn that we're doing. We'll hand fly that first, just to keep things tough. And GSX. Prepare for pushback.
Flight attendants, arm your doors. Hello everyone, the doors are now closed. Any portable electronic devices such as MP3 players, laptops, video cameras must now be switched off.
We are ready for
If you have a
pushback.
mobile phone or PDA,
373 for
activate the flight
minimums.
mode and
Let's
then
set
turn
that
the device
now.
off. If your particular model is not equipped with the flight mode setting, it must be switched off and remain off for the duration of the flight. Flight attendants, check all doors closed.
Starting the safety demonstration now because it does take a while. We don't have the time on the ground once we push.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Got a lot of scrolling to do for minimums as well.
Flight
So
attendants, go to your
373.
safety demonstration positions, please.
Smash.
Ladies and gentlemen, shortly we'll show a safety video about this aircraft. You will also find a safety briefing card in your seat pocket. Please watch the video and read your card so you're familiar with the safety procedures.
3 sectors left.
Welcome aboard this Air New
Locking
Zealand
gear.
flight.
373.
Even if you fly with a
Dan, welcome, buddy.
Please watch this safety demonstration carefully, as it is specific to this aircraft. First, make sure your
So
cabin
Navigraph
baggage is
Volanta,
safely stowed
landing
either
rate
in
monitor,
overhead
V
lockers
pilot's
or
got the new
under
flight
seat
plan in. Yeah, we're ready. So we want
Whenever the
those
seatbelt
left facing
signs
east on
are
apron.
switched on, the
Queenstown traffic
cabin
Osprey 165 stand Romeo 2 push and start to
ensure
face
it's
east.
tight, sits low across your hips. You are
Commencing
advised to
push.
keep your seatbelt fastened
All
when seated
engines
during the
clear.
flight.
Start at
To
will.
release the seatbelt, simply lift the lever. Should oxygen masks drop from the overhead panels, activate your mask by pulling it towards you. Oxygen will...
Oh, Dan, no worries, buddy.
With your hands on top of your head, elbows against your thighs. Otherwise, if you can reach the seat in front of you, brace yourself against...
Queenstown traffic, Osprey 5563, pushing back, stand Romeo 4 to face north. Queenstown
New bricks, welcome, buddy.
Put your life jacket on while seated, clip the waistband together and pull it tight. Only inflate your life jacket as you exit the aircraft by pulling down on the red tag.
Custom profile's been really
If
helpful
your
here,
life
actually.
jacket does not fully inflate, use them up.
I'm going to recycle the flight directives because I don't remember turning them off.
Your crew are now indicating emergency exits. Please note your nearest exit may be behind you. Count
Ignition
the
mode
rows of
ground.
seats.
Oh, we got auto ignition. Let's leave that on now.
In an emergency evacuation, escape path lighting will help guide you. Smoking is a hazard and is not permitted at any time. Anywhere
Good morning,
in the
Richard.
aircraft.
How are you doing?
Electronic
Buddy?
devices may interfere with aircraft systems. Ensure
Please
your
set
phone
parking
is turned
brakes.
off at all times.
Waiting your
And
confirmation
turn
for a
off
good
all
engine
electronic
start.
devices during
Yes,
takeoff and
we have a
landing.
good engine
For
start.
information on electronics that
Cockpit
may
to
be
ground.
used during
We have a
flight,
good engine
refer
start.
to the
You
safety
can disconnect.
guide or check with your crew. To prepare for takeoff, ensure your seat back is upright. Make sure your tray table is latched securely. Your footrest, if fitted, is folded away.
This is
and
busy.
your
We've got
seatbelt is
2 more
tightly
sectors.
fastened. Thank you for your attention. Enjoy your Air New Zealand flight.
So, auto, we'll leave that. Gen 1 on. We'll check the power output on both of those.
Unlocking
We'll leave
gear.
Pro P on auto as well. Pop those on. Check the pressurization panel, that's fine, that's what we expect. We'll leave that on automatic by now, for now I should say. And we'll turn the taxi light, the APU off. We're going to put strobe lights on now, because we're effectively going to go straight onto the runway, and the runway turn-off lights and the landing lights on as well, why not? Saves us a job. Control surface check. Five stages of flaps to go through for flap 15 takeoff. That's everything except for the rudder, so there we go, do a quick rudder check. Pop that on. Engines look good. Fuel flow reset rate. Train. Okay, let's see. LNAV, VNAV, auto thrust, brakes off. Queenstown traffic, Osprey 165 is taxiing on the apron, entering runway 23 for a backtrack via Alpha 3. I feel like we're going to have a problem into Christchurch then, Nighthawk, if that's the case. Staring at that approach like a hawk, just in case. Right, what have we got? So, order brake is set to RTO, flap 15, we're taking off Toga. Backtrack now. Transponder set. Traffic mode is on, terrain mode is on.
Queenstown traffic, Osprey 5563, taxiing to hold point, Alpha 4, runway 23. Queenstown traffic.
We'll zip down with a bit of power. Oh, David, good. Before the professionals arrive. Right, so that's all good, that's all set. Happy with everything down there. This looks fine. Check the overhead, that. Happy with. Lights and signs set. We'll do one more check of that, that's fine. Yeah, Dan, absolutely. We said it yesterday, actually. We mentioned it at the beginning of today's live stream too. When the New Zealand World Update arrives, what we're going to do is very similar routing without all the hops into Christchurch. So we'll start Christchurch, we'll go to Queenstown, we'll go to Auckland, and then we'll go to Wellington. When the ATR arrives, we'll come back again and we'll explore with the ATR as we kind of try and learn that jet. We need max rate turn. God, look at the views. I think this is a simulator, it's pretty amazing.
Queenstown traffic, Osprey 2472 is pushing back from stand 1 and will be facing to the south. Queenstown traffic.
You can see Malcolm, we need all the runway we can get here. So, that's on 5 miles, it's the lowest radius I can get. Stick forward, set 40%. Just going to let everything materialise, stabilising the engines first. 40% good. Flat 15 Toga takeoff, folks. Toga. Brakes off. Rolling. Crossed set. Speed's alive.
Airspeed's alive. 80 knots.
Bring that nose wheel pressure off.
V1.
Rotate. V2.
Oi, little crosswind. 7 knots.
Climb.
Avoiding the tail strike. And now we have one of the most spectacular departures in all of Flight Sim. Christchurch traffic, Osprey 165 is airborne. Correction, new Queenstown traffic. Lap 10. Border brake off.
Queenstown traffic, Osprey 5563 is entering runway 23, backtrack.
We're going to go CMDA engage because I want to go up here, runway turn off lights off. Hide this. Look at these views. Sharp left angler bank. What have we got here? That's the best one, isn't it? That thrust reduction. Damo, hello, welcome. Thank you for the livery. It's spectacular, actually. Everybody's been saying how good it looks. David, yeah, I forgot the takeoff call out, didn't I? My bad.
Queenstown traffic, Osprey
Flat 5.
At stand 3, pushing back, facing northwest.
Still holding flat 5. That's because of the departure speed restrictions. So the engine out requirements is taking us all the way through this valley, basically over the lake, and we're then, if we have an engine failure, we can't go left or right. So the only option is in the water. So the engine out procedure is to continue flying along that river basically until we ditch. I think I'm right saying Damo is working on the Osprey Holidays livery at some point, at least for the 737-800 as well. That's been asked 3 or 4 times actually today so far. So it's a great looking livery and it's proving very popular. Lap 2. Accelerating away. Enable 210 knots at the Dubu for a warning there. That's fine. We'll clear that for now. A little bit later in the route. Lap 1. Brian, they're not actually, to be fair. I have forgotten to upload them. And flaps up. Toga was the right choice, I think, with flap 15. Afternoon, Jurassic. Yeah, it's been with us for over 2 years now, thanks to the ongoing support. There's Bugser. It's the final engine out point for us.
Queenstown traffic, Osprey 5563 is departing runway 23 on the airport.
That's all good, that's all fine.
Queenstown traffic.
New Zealand. Look at that. Six more screenshots going on to Valanta. We'll probably have our ATC go offline by the time we arrive. That's what happened earlier.
Queenstown traffic, Osprey 2472 is hold taxiing to...
Demo saying, Mark, I have started and almost finished the DC3 Osprey vintage livery. Should be out this week. Epic. Awesome. And the 800 done in the next day or so as well. Superb demo, thank you. Everybody's loving it. I've got to say, even the interior is just spectacular.
Passing 2,200.
Look at that, I love the leather seats. Very, very premium. And a nice little nod with the Osprey Holidays summer pack as well. Juliet Charlie Mike, yes, we'll do Kiev to East Midlands. Landing lights off. Whoa, hello. That was messy, wasn't it? That bit of turbulence. We had a complete wing stall almost there. Ram, so I have tried to put them into Xbox. I've tried to put various liveries in the past to onto Xbox for you guys on that platform via the MSF marketplace. Because I'd listed the original pack that we'd got set up to be put on as free, guess what Microsoft said? No. God. Fritz, your butt kicker's gonna... You're gonna have bruises by the end of the flight today. My God. I actually do wish I had it for today, and to be honest, I wish I'd ordered one. Absolutely Jurassic. When that new, when the new world update comes on Thursday, and they're going to upgrade the photogrammetry in the area as well, it's going to be even better. Exactly, Ram, but I wanted to put it into the marketplace for free because we can download and enjoy liveries for free on PC, and I wanted you guys on Xbox to be able to do the same. Certainly for channel-related liveries, with the developers or the livery creators that had agreed to be part of this free pack for Xbox. But yeah, profit first, community second, I think was Asobo's actual tactic of that. I sent it off over 1.5 years ago now, actually. That's, yeah, it is what it is. Maybe we can try again at some point in the future. Gonna pass over Queenstown again. I can see somebody on the threshold, actually, glistening lights. Just there, somebody about to take off.
Osprey 804 Foxtrot, Osprey 2472.
Queenstown traffic, taxiation Golf Romeo Alpha Papa Hotel, and Romeo 8, out to the local point Alpha 4.
Brits.
South.
Interesting.
2472, 804 listening. 804, you have the honours this time, mate. I'll follow you this time. It don't matter. We can do whichever way. Osprey 804. You go ahead, 804.
1261.
Queenstown traffic, Osprey 804 Foxtrot, backtracking runway 23, Queenstown traffic.
Thank you, 2472.
No worries, sharing the Osprey love.
Absolutely.
Christchurch is going to be a little bit more forgiving on our arrival. It's a runway that's about 3,000 metres or so in length. ETA, we're looking at about 40 minutes, Pierce, for the next arrival. And we're expecting runway 02, QNH1018, 14 degrees, landing weight 66 tons. Calculate. Lap 30, water break 2 or 3. Where could we vacate? That's going to be the question here. We could go all the way to the end, to be honest. There is a rapid exit hold point at Alpha 4, but there's a hold 1 there as well, and hold 2. Alpha 3 is a bit awkward for us at 02, so we could go all the way down to Alpha 2, right at the very end, and then taxi in. So we could use order brake 2, reverse idle, and that's a stop margin of 1,000 meters, so that might even be fine. So let's set some of this up already. Order brake 2. Oops, wrong button. $23,000, still climbing. Speed's good. Teapot, sometimes it's a necessary evil. Otherwise, plus, by not flying around New Zealand, you are neglecting yourself from one of the most spectacular sceneries in the sim as well, so I really do recommend it. QNH1018. There we are, let's get that set. We'll zoom back out again to get the rest of our routing. Top of climb after Athor. Proper descent, not too long after Timjo. Landing elevation in Christchurch. The elevation is 123. $100 is the closest we can round that to. We've reset our ground proximity warning system as well. Drag required after Idubu for the approach, that's fine. Flaps or speed brake or gear, whatever required there. 66.1. Lap 30. Wing corrections +5, that's fine. ILS. So, this is an ILS approach we're going to be doing next. Got to go through the charts. So, the approach via Dopkey into Adubu, Dopkey 4 Alpha arrival. We want to just check all of the data actually, to be fair. Adubu 3000. It says at or above, but if we then go to the ILS, we want to be at Adubu at 2000, it says here, interestingly enough. Bit weird. Set 3000. Albad at 2000. Actually, that looks better. That looks a bit smoother. That'll give us 6 miles to descend 1,000 feet. we need to tune our frequencies and our courses. So 1099, the frequency, course of 016. Christchurch VOR there, 1153, we'll tune that as well. So those three things we're going to tune now. Uh, 1153, 1099. Minimum set, VREF set, altimeter set, pressure set up there. We're at cruise now for a few minutes. Course 1016. 1 and 2. Like so. 40 miles to top of descent. Next is Christchurch to Wellington. Shield pushery, I don't actually know, to be honest. So we've got ILS course, ILS frequency, we've got a VOR set as well, just in case, pressure panel set, order brake 2, and we've got all of our arrival data already input before we took off as well, so that's already done. That's all down here, ILS 02, DOP key for Alpha arrival. On the descent page, we've already done our forecasts. We've got our local QNH in and the transition level as well. Trying to get the ATIS for Christchurch. Not loading on vPilot. NZCH. There we go. 02, 320 at 1 degrees, 7 kilometers or more. Visibility temperatures 14 degrees, dew point 13, QNH 1018. Most likely dirty too. It's a great departure, isn't it, Fritz? How are the bumps with your butt kicker? Might change the drone camera settings a little bit here. Maybe just something like that. Yes. Zoom around a bit quicker that way. Milford Sound is up there. Camera 9. Ooh, top of descent coming up. Let's wind the dials. Might as well just set to 2000. VNAV and LNAV are both armed. Courses and everything are set. Order brakes set. Weather data's obtained. Descend now. Accidentally smacked the microphone. Fred's nice. My goodness. Can't make me laugh too much because I'll end up coughing and having a massive coughing fit. Right, yeah, Bluebird Simulations 757, it's coming along nicely, isn't it? Richard, yeah, about 90% better.
Ladies and gentlemen, in preparation for landing, please make sure all electronic devices are now switched off. Your seatbelts are securely fastened and your seatbacks and tray tables are in the upright lock position.
Our next route cruises flight level 250. It's slightly shorter actually, so it's going to be even busier. We're literally going to take off Gutbu 1 Papa 02 at Christchurch. We're going to head to Wards, and then go straight onto the Wards 6 Alpha via Umaga for the ILS 34 into Wellington.
Cabin crew, prepare cabin for arrival, please.
Ah, Richard, that's not good. They reckon one in every 60 people in the UK at the moment, or something like that, have got some form of COVID. One of the lads at work, actually, he's still testing positive now a week later. But weirdly enough, I've been testing negative throughout, and the missus, she's unwell. She's done the same. We've done 4 or 5 tests in 2 days because we're certain we've got coronavirus, but it still shows as negative. It's bizarre. Right, 1261. Jan, welcome. You guys want to see the Osprey Holidays livery? You certainly can. There you go. In all its wonderful glory. It's great, Jan, isn't it? Little palm tree on the wingtip there for those pictures. It's very similar to our normal Osprey Airways livery, but with a proper holiday-esque vibe to it, with those palm trees as well and everything else. Spectacular. Took about 2 weeks just to design it. Myself and Damo working at, he was basically working at loads of different designs with a very basic brief that I'd given him, and I think this was about the 8th design or the 10th design that was drafted up for it. Yeah, and the question there is whether or not Dublin has been updated to version 2 or not, because if it hasn't, if it's still version 1, don't bother buying it yet, because a lot of people, including myself, going near Dublin with MK Studios Dublin installed version 1 of the scenery, get crashed to desktops. We have an information letter. Charlie. Yes, Sergey. That would be quite good. I want to see what they've done actually. It's foggy in Christchurch still. In fact, we can see it in the distance. Look at that. Literally fog over Christchurch. Live weather. Should be an interesting approach then. Okay, let's go for our second preview for Christchurch then. NZA Simulations Christchurch. Coming out the same time as the MSFS World Update for New Zealand. By the way, this NZA Simulations Christchurch Airport scenery also supports Aerosoft's VDGS. So, there we go, airports in range. None yet. So the same system that uses the VDGS system at Brussels from Aerosoft, you can use that here, which is really nice. Gives you your estimated off blocks time and all that sort of thing. We'll see what the terraform runway looks like on the way in as well actually. It's also got animations at the Sudama Hotel, clock working to sim time. Custom ground service vehicles that we've already seen as well, with pushback and catering trucks and the ground vehicles driving around. They've put in this little pack that they've given to us as well. Air New Zealand Regional ATR 72s, Dash 8 Q300 turboprop service, the Air 4 daily. Sounds Air Regional Cessnas 208s, Pilatus PC12s. Air Chatham's ATR, Saab, Metroliners, Air New Zealand and Jetstar domestic flights in the A320 and the 787, international flights from Air New Zealand, Jetstar, Qantas, Singapore, Fiji, Emirates, China Southern and more, with Boeing 777s, 747s, A320s and A380s servicing the airport. Helicopters, general aviation and private jets as well, so there's lots of opportunities here, including the Flying Doctors Service, the International Antarctic Programme with US Air Force flights, and the general aviation from the Canterbury Aero Club. Christchurch approach, good afternoon, Osprey 165, Boeing 737-900 inbound to flight level 140, descending to Dop Key for 11,000, information Charlie.
Osprey 165, Christchurch approach, very good morning to you. Information that Charlie is current, you can expect the ILS DME approach from way 02, standby for star clearance.
For information Charlie, expect ILS DME 02 approach and expect wait star clearance for Osprey 165, good evening. Good morning, my god.
And Osprey 165, star clearance available.
They're ready to copy Osprey 165.
Osprey 165, cleared Dop Key for Alpha arrival, runway 02, when ready, descend via star 11,000 feet.
Dop Key for Alpha arrival and descend via the star when ready, 11,000 feet, Osprey 165.
And Osprey 165, squawk 5321.
Squawk 5321, Osprey 165. Got him.
Osprey 165, descend via star 8,000.
Descend via star 8,000, Osprey 165. This is going to be a steep and busy approach, folks. So I'm leaving the speed brakes extended at the moment. I'm going to another quick check of that. Want to bring this in as well for the range. It's very early in the morning for these controllers, so I appreciate he's actually taking the time to stay on for us. It's very kind. Lights, signs. Rab's getting thrown around at flight level 240, but controllers online, by the way, folks. 126.1.
Osprey 165, descend via star 4000.
Send via star 4000 feet, Osprey 165. Delta so far, yes. I was saying at the start of the stream, actually, weirdly enough, by the time I finished yesterday's live stream, we had an update for Orbex Oslo, which is a bit weird. And then this morning, again, I went into Orbex Direct and there was another update for Oslo. So I think maybe something had gone wrong with my install. I'd not quite got the correct version, or an older version that had something broken in it or something. So we've got AIG, which I thought was the cause of the crash yesterday, installed, and it's actually fine still. So I have no idea. Yeah, the other concept design, actually, it would look great this part of the world, to be honest. Well, welcome. Tesco run finished. Good stuff. Dirty 2, interesting. Hopefully he gets out of the way in a moment. We're going to end up going through him otherwise. Hoddy at or above 6,000 feet, and then we've got to be at or above 4,000 at Charlie Hotel 621. Badger says he had to do it an auto land. My God. I mean, that visibility is pretty shocking. Missed approach for this, by the way. Track 016 degrees to 2.5 DME CHVOR. Turn right, intercept the outbound CHVOR. Radial 031 to Mibot. Mandatory 4,000 feet. Maximum speed 210 knots. One thing I haven't done today at this little point is fix. We'll do 4 and 8. Looks like this actually follows this kind of like this road all the way up. But yeah, the airport is completely obscured. Get the controls visualizer out.
Christchurch approach, hello, Osprey 5563 with information Charlie, inbound Dopke, 11,000 feet, QNH 1018.
Bravo, Victor X-ray, 5563, Christchurch approach, very good morning to you. Star clearance is Dopke 4 Alpha arrival, runway 02, when ready descend via the star 8000, you can expect the ILS DME approach, runway 02.
Cleared the Dopke 4A Alpha arrival, descend via the star
Bumpy again.
8,000 feet, expect ILS 02 for Osprey 5563.
Osprey 5563 and squawk 5453.
Squawk 5453 for Osprey 5563.
Osprey 165, descend via the star 3000 from Idubu, cleared the ILS DME approach, runway 02, report established.
Send via the star 3,000 feet via Idubu, cleared ILS approach, runway 02, report established, Osprey 165. Okay, down we go. That's our ILS clearance now to get established onto the localizer. Make sure we've got the touchdown thing ready to go. We do. Oh, look at this fog. How cool does that look? The way it gradually builds into a very thick sheet of fog there as well. It's quite cool. Where we've got lights, signs, auto ignition, auto probe heat, that's fine. Landing elevation is set, depressurizing normally as well. Let's go flap 5. Richard, thank you, buddy. Very generous of you. Really appreciate the super chat. Go heading mode.
Coffee is on me.
Osprey 563, descend wide stuff 4000.
Bring that to 800 feet per minute. Let's arm the spoilers.
Descend over star 4000, Osprey 5563.
$3,000, levelling off.
New Zealand 644, can you receive voice?
Osprey 165, established 10 miles, runway 2.
Osprey 165, runway 02, clear to land.
Runway 02, clear to land, Osprey 165. 10 miles, 3,000, gear down, flap 15. $160 till 4, into the pea soup, folks. Look at that, my goodness. I have no idea when we're going to get visibility of the runway, actually, vision here of the runway. We're looking for the approach lights, those approach leading lights, which are custom to the airport apparently, so we might actually see them pop a little bit here. Our wind is calm, Doc. 0 degrees, 0 knots, apparently. Potential for a go around, David, yeah. That's why we got the go around all briefed, ready to go as well. CMD. Ooh, single channel, autopilot 1 only.
2500.
Gonna have to watch this like a hawk, folks. Stand by. That's why. No, it isn't. That's fine anyway. Flap 30, auto brake 2, final stage of flaps, 6 miles. 143.
Osprey 560, oh, my apologies, 5563, descend wide stuff 3000 from Idubu, cleared the Isle DME,
148 knots.
report established.
Descend 5 star 3000 to Idubu.
Auto brake 2, gear down 3 green, flaps 30 green.
5563.
Looking for the runway. Outer marker now is chiming. On the glide slope, lateral vertical's good. Bring that in once more. We need to set 4,000 for missed approach. Track 0160 2.5 DMECH VOR, so we've got that ready to go. Actually don't know when we're going to get visibility of the runway here, folks. We are well and truly in the soup. Look at that. Leave the auto throttle on for a little while. There's the approach leading lights. Once they become a bit clearer, and I can rely on it, we'll get the autopilot off and we'll fly it in. Even though there's no wind, it seems to be fighting something, so autopilot off.
500.
A little bit of sink there to counter.
400. Approaching minimums. Minimums.
Middle marker. Nice and stable.
100.
Looking ahead.
50. 30. 20. 10.
Hold the flare. Reverse. Green.
Stations, Christchurch Terminal information, Delta's our current changes, surface wind 330 at 1 knot, visibility increased 8 kilometres. Christchurch Terminal information, Delta.
Yeah, we can get off at Alpha 3, you know. 90 knots. High brakes.
Christchurch approach, Osprey 804.
164 foot per minute, folks.
Descending through 175 to be at flight level 110 at Dock.
Osprey 804 Foxtrot, Christchurch approach, very good morning to you. Information Charlie's current. You can
I'll take that.
wireless DMA approach runway 02. Standby for squawk code and start clearance.
Standing by for squawk and start clearance for Osprey 804 Foxtrot. Did you say information Charlie or Delta?
Information Delta, my apologies, it's a bit late down here.
Or early, depending.
Ian, so I've got the keybind set to autopilot off. And what that does is it allows me to click it once
Osprey 5563
and then
established.
click it again.
Osprey 5563, runway 02, clear to land.
Runway 02, clear to land. Osprey 5563.
Yeah, 18, what Doc's given us. Hopefully we get that, I'm not sure. Osprey 165 has vacated, request taxi to gate.
Osprey 165, you can taxi Alpha to the bay of your choice. G'day.
Taxi Alpha, bay of choice, Osprey 165, thanks, G'day.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated with your seatbelts securely fastened until this aircraft has come to a complete stop and the seatbelt sign has been switched off. When preparing to disembark, please remember to take all personal belongings with you and please take care while opening those overhead lockers. If your cell phone or other electronic devices are within reach, you may now switch to off.
Okay, that's bay 2, 18, ready to go.
Finally, on behalf of
Alpha all the way down, past the Osprey, should be on the left at the end of the terminal. APU's good.
Heading aboard, take care, have a great day, and thank you for flying with us.
Can't even see the touchdowns. So Philip's on his way in next. Is the airport from the approach in. So now we've got to find that clock. It's going to be hard when we fly in a little while. It's night time on the way back in from Wellington. We're going to struggle to see very much. This fog looks like it's just sat at the airport.
Osprey 804 Foxtrot, your flight plan is still for Christchurch to Queenstown. Are you okay if I swap that around?
Yes, please. In the hustle and bustle of everything, I forgot to do that. Osprey 804 Foxtrot.
Let's see if we can do this. International, domestic terminal, gate 18, safe dock. Here we go. So this is the Aerosoft VDGS now, working.
Osprey 804 Foxtrot. You can squawk 5371 and your start clearance is Docky 4 Alpha arrival, runway 02. When ready, descend via the star, 8,000 feet.
Descend via the star.
So we've got GSX working because it's got a default marshallo. We'll ignore that though. We will have a look at the Aerosoft VDGS, which is one of the features of this airport scenery,
5371.
which we love at Brussels. It's so good.
5371 for Osprey 804 Foxtrot. Thank you very much.
There it is in action. Slow into a crawl. Three, 2, 1. Stop. GSX isn't quite there yet. Let's get that off.
Osprey 5563 vacating at Alpha 4.
Didn't even see Phillips landing.
5363, thanks. You can taxi Alpha to the bay of your choice. Good night.
Taxi Alpha to the bay of choice. Osprey 5563.
Actually not bad, look.
Good day.
There it is. So 737-900, 551 Zulu, 14 degrees Celsius, stand 18. GSX.
Osprey 804 Foxtrot, descend by star 4000.
Request deboarding.
Descending via star for 4,000. Osprey 804 Foxtrot.
So what I'm doing now is I'm getting the next one ready. We are about 15 minutes behind schedule here. Okay, so where's that hotel?
Passengers deboarding starting.
I mean, even the car park looks complex, doesn't it? We've got to find that hotel. I don't actually know where it is. Rotate, oh no, hold on. Sudama hotel clock, working to sim time. You know what we have to do actually? We go big brain for a moment. I'll do that because we might just, in the haze, spot a touchdown. I'm gonna go to Google. Sudama Hotel, Christchurch Airport. Map. Oh, it's opposite the International Antarctic Centre. Right.
Osprey 804 Foxtrot, descend by star 3000 from Idubu, cleared the ILS DMA approach, runway 02, report established.
Descend 3,000 feet to Idubu and cleared ILS 02. Will report when established. Osprey 804 Foxtrot.
One of those. Sudama Hotel. Found it. Lazarus, 2 legs left. So we've got to go to Wellington and back. So apparently there's a clock here somewhere. I assume it's on the exterior, because it doesn't look like it has an interior to the hotel. So we just have to find it. It's likely going to be on a pillar like that, isn't it? Let's face it.
Christchurch approach, very good morning, Osprey 2472 with you, descending through 13,000 feet.
Where is it?
Osprey
Where is it?
2472, squawk 5146, information Delta is current. You can expect the ILS DME approach, runway 02, stand by for fire clearance. Squawk 5146, expect the ILS DME, stand by for clearance, Osprey 2472. Osprey 2472, staff clearance available. Go ahead for Osprey 2472.
Oh my god.
Osprey 2472, staff
There it
clearance
is.
The Dock Q4 Alpha arrival, runway 02, when ready, be standby.
That's pretty cool. So that clock is animated and updates as your sim time updates, so as you sync to your simulator time. Therefore, if we wind the time forward a little bit, look at that!
Osprey 784, with you descending to flight level
That's cool.
10.
That is very cool.
Osprey 784, Christchurch approach, very good morning to you. Squawk 5416, you can expect the ILS DME approach, runway 02, and information Delta is current.
Affirmation Delta,
In
ILS
fact, that-
DME for runway
My eye's
02,
deceiving me.
Osprey 784.
That advert is electronic, or digitised, and changing. Yes.
Squawk 5416,
Oh, that's cool
yeah,
as well.
I got this
My
point.
goodness. It's like the airport is
Okay, really?
alive, isn't it? This is possibly one of the best payware sceneries that we've explored in some time. It's leaving me the most impressed anyway, that's for sure. This is exquisite. The amount of work they've put into this is just remarkable. We need an Osprey advert on that screen. Greta Yankee 393 Wards is the next route. Not much more than that, to be honest. Still deboarding. Fuel.
Osprey 784, staff clearance available.
Go ahead, Osprey 784.
36-minute airtime. Oh, that's very short.
Runway 02,
5506.
via the star 8000.
Clear to
137 passengers this time.
Runway 02, when ready, descend.
Zero fuel weight, 58
Osprey
points.
784.
Osprey
9, no it's not, it's 59
Delta
tons.
Oscar Papa, Kilo India for Alpha arrival.
Yep, Docky, confirmed.
There we go, 59 tons. So, well actually, where was that? So I need to write this down, so 59 ton. Zero fuel weight, which gives us a gross weight of 54.5. 64.
Osprey 804, Foxtrot, runway 02, clear to land.
So that should give us a estimated landing weight of 62. Point
Do you want to deboard?
8. West boarding.
Requested.
Route
Passenger
NZCH NZWN, because we're off to Flight Beam Studios Wellington Airport scenery now. BVX 165, which is another stunning bit of scenery. It is really incredible. Performance init page, gross weight 64.5. Got so much data on my piece of paper, it's unreal. Which is 0 for weight at 58.9, which is pretty much near to 59, that's fine. Reserves of... Where's my FinRes and alternate data here? 2.9. Cost index of 9. For this next leg.
Christchurch approach, good day.
Cruise flight level 250.
Osprey 2472, descend line start 3000 from Idubu.
Cruise wind 236 at 14.
Runway 02.
Descend by start 3,000 feet by Idubu, cleared for the ILS runway 02, report when established, Osprey 2472.
Fast airplane toolbox, we've got to go down for ACAS. Information Delta now, isn't it? $26K. Oh, hold on, that's still... Let's go back to optimum flaps. Flaps 1? No, flap 5, please. Okay, so, M1 limit. 43 degrees for cell temp. 24K. D-rate takeoff profile 2. We'll go for climb profile 1 again. That seems to make the most sense for this very short route. Just get us to cruise. Can't do that yet, that's fine. We were going to go 02 departure and the Gutby 1 Papa departure to Greta. Now we can barely see through the haze.
Christchurch approach, Osprey 804 vacated at Alpha 4.
Osprey 804 Foxtrot taxi Alpha to the Bay of your choice, good day.
Alpha to the Bay, and good day to you as well, my friend.
Christchurch approach, hello again, Osprey 165, stand 18, 737-900 with Delta, request IFR clearance to Wellington.
Osprey 165, very good morning to you again, stand by for clearance.
Wait for that announcement again inside the terminal. Those of you who, as a Yomi, welcome. Philip, no worries, buddy. Super early for you. Thank you for flying along. And yeah, 5 AM to the Christchurch controller that's logged in. That is mega. Those of you who haven't seen the airport yet. Oh, this is the lounge. Very cool.
Osprey 165, clearance available.
Yeah, go ahead, Osprey 165.
Osprey 165, we cleared Christchurch 1, flight level 250, good. 1 Papa departure, Greta transition. Squawk 5321 and departures with an MS frequency.
Cleared Wellington, Christchurch 1, Gutbu 1 Papa via Greta, flight level 250, departure your frequency and squawk 5321, Osprey 165.
Osprey 165, readback is correct. Sorry about the stuttering, I'm just having to adapt to this new phraseology.
Oh no, it's fine, I really appreciate you guys still being online. It's 5 in the morning, I hadn't realised.
Yeah, it's all good.
Christchurch departure, good morning, Osprey 532 Echo requesting radio check.
Osprey 532 Echo, Christchurch approach, very good morning to you, read U5.
And we have U5 also. Osprey 532 Echo is a Boeing Business Jet 2, stand 27, information Delta, QNH 1018 requesting...
I think you meant Christchurch 2, 02.
Osprey 532 Echo to standby 1, Osprey 784 descend line.
Nice to see the Osprey Airways tails there, looking good.
Osprey 784.
Osprey 532 Echo.
Look at this.
Ready to copy? Osprey 532 Echo.
Osprey 532 Echo, you cleared Wellington 1, flight level 250, runway 02, good through 1 Papa departure with a Greta transition, squawk 5671 and departures of the
So for those of you who didn't see it earlier on, what we'll do is we'll go back in. This is remarkably good. Down below, just here, been a bit quick. There are a number of announcements that are audible inside the terminal.
532 Echo readback is correct. Blocked. Osprey 472, runway 0472, runway 02, clear to land. Clear to land, Osprey 2472.
There's a whole lot of options there for you as well for flights.
784, descend live.
Including some Jetstar, Air New Zealand and Qantas routes.
Cleared the ILS-DM approach, runway 02, report established.
Descent 3000 by Dubu, and we'll report when established, Osprey 784.
Romeo Echo Alpha 1 Papa Kilo, what's your call time?
Alright, Dominicana 1 Papa Kilo.
Dominicana 1 Papa Kilo, Christchurch approach, very good
now,
morning to you.
I guess the question is there anything on the scenery that you guys would like to see? Before we commit to getting everything else ready to go, we look at departing and sorting everything else out. We've got flight out to Wellington, turn around and we fly back again. So Christchurch 02, departure 02, Guppy 1 Papa, lap 5, departure's in now so we can add our V2 which is 148, 158 adding the 10. Recycle those flight directors. It could be null actually. Pausing crash to desktops for quite a few people. So, Navigraph. We'll push start like we did before, facing south, taxi Alpha, crossing 29 to Alpha 7, departing runway 02. Onto the Guppy 1 Papa this time, the departure. So initially flying 001 degrees, we'll set that in the heading bug or the MCP, up to Guppy, and then the Greta transition, so initially over the water, then we're going to scale the mountains, the side of the north-east scenery of the southern island. It's really quite nice actually, this little bit of mountain area we're going to fly over, past Greta. And we haven't really got to worry about any departures as such, we just climb. So we can set 250 on the MCP for the altitude. While we're on the subject of cruise, we will look over here and we'll set our cruise altitude in the pressurization panel as well. Back to the charts. From Greta, we are almost going to be in the start already. So if we zoom in, Greta, Luxev, and then Wards, which is the entry point to the start into Wellington. From there, descending down on dock 6,000 feet, Salty 5,000, passing Mida. On the Wards, 6 Alpha arrival, which gives us a constraint at maximum of 220 knots below 7,000 by ATC, turning eastbound to Jonah, 3,000 feet. Umaga, maximum 190 knots, 2,000 feet, before we then join the approach, runway 34 via Umaga. So we'll add that to Navigraph, and that then gives us this. Straight in approach from Umaga to 34, vacating at the end of the runway to backtrack into the, or head down into the terminal on the taxiway. So a few things that we can think about before departure, adding in the transition for the descent. We can add the ILS frequencies in if we want to as well, and that VOR to track. And we can put our minimums in as well, or at least make a note of them. So we will go for
the bay of your choice. Good day. Taxi
300 feet.
Thanks so much for the ATC. Osprey 2+72. No problem. It's only 3:15 in the morning.
So let's see.
Only midnight here in Perth. I envy you West Coast guys.
Arrivals into Wellington. ILS 34 via Umaga.
You guys are in tomorrow already. I'm still in yesterday. The future is now, old man.
Boards 6 Alpha. There we go. Check the legs page. Skutbu, Greta, Luxev, Wards, Ongdok, Saltimeter, Jonah, Umaga, Utin, and then approach. We can add a fix in here as well, so we can do runway 34 at Wellington. So it's even shorter than the Wellington one before, the Queenstown road, sorry. Which means that we kind of need to do a lot of our arrival prep on the ground before we even reach Wellington. Let's do our winds request. Is GSX still ticking away? Massively less traumatic, 100%, David, than yesterday. Boarding complete. Look at that. We are pushing the 900 to the max today. Descent forecast. Winds request. We need to change the transition level to flight level 150. And grab the Wellington QNH. Meta NZWN.
Alpha 1 Papa Kilo, descent low start 3000 from Idubu, cleared the ILS DME.
Overcast 1600, QNH 1021.
Descent 3000 via Idubu.
Grief, the weather's rubbish.
Reporting established.
1021, 15,000, like so. So descent, cruise, climb.
At the gate. Thanks very much for staying up and have a great rest of the day. Happy Tuesday, thank you.
Good night.
Cheers, mate.
64 tons, that's all done. Cost index is done. M1 limits all complete. Takeoff page prepared. MCP data is set. We can pop the flight directors on now as well. Down here we will pre-tune those VORs that we were just talking about. So VOR 1123 and then the ILS 1099. No way, it's the same frequency. That's easy. Just need to make sure the 3-letter code is INP and the course is 340 degrees. I'm going to set the course now, 340. 340. Auto brake RTO. Big scale through here. Fuel pumps all set as required.
Alright, Dominican Papa established here.
Dominican 1 Papa Kilo, runway 02, number 2 in sequence.
Number 2 in sequence, wowzers.
Number 2, Dominican Papa.
Oh, hello. Horizontal stabilizer. I'm going to get the camera here, because we've got a little moment where I've got to sort out things like Volanta and everything else, so we might see a touchdown here. Add a flight plan, insert sim brief, Wellington to Christchurch, Christchurch to Wellington, diversion of Christchurch. Landing rate monitor again with the next route. Fetch from sim brief. Set active plan. That's done. Christchurch to Wellington, we've done the route in B-Pilot already as well, and Navigraph is ready to go. So that is all of it. Nishao, hello buddy. We spoke about it actually before on another stream, flaring in just generally the 737 or any other aircraft. Ian, have a great night buddy, thanks for staying up, hope you've enjoyed it. Effectively, what you want to do, Nichelle, is begin the flare about 40 feet, 30 feet or so, and then just hold that attitude. So whatever you end up flaring at, just hold it. Try and look at the end of the runway before you flare, so you get your depth perception, and look ahead into the distance. Just hold that picture for as long as you can. And is that a roadblock 737? It's not quite loaded in properly, is it? Interesting. Eamon, hello. No, not. It's fine. It's a good question. You're thinking it. Other people might be thinking it too. Shift V. Flight plan. Destination IATA. Ooh. WLG.
Christchurch approach. Osprey Airport Foxtrot requesting over to Wellington. Information Delta on board. And Boeing 737-900. Aircraft type is 1070.
Osprey Airport Foxtrot, approach standby.
Let's see if that works.
Taxi Bay Choice by Alpha, okay?
Taxi Bay Choice via Alpha, thank you for the ATC.
There you go, to Wellington.
Dominican 1 Papa
It's
Kilo,
probably
runway
wildly
02,
different.
clear to land, surface winds 150 at 1 knots.
02 clear to land, Dominican 1 Papa Kilo.
Stations. Christchurch, terminal information, Echo. So.
It's very kind.
Speed running, approach.
Right. Can you see me again? Can hear me? All that sort of stuff again. Streamlabs crashed again. OBS crashed it again. You know, usual thing. We missed Hergy's landing. It looked great though, from what I could see. When you guys were putting in the live chat that the stream had got, I thought you meant literally at the same time the controller said that his internet had dropped out. So I thought it was him. So it was a little couple of minutes. So it was a bit confusing. Osprey 165 stand 18 fully ready. Request push start.
Last station calling, push and start approved.
Push start approved to Osprey 165.
And Osprey 165, current time is...
Nose right. Yeah, Roger, also Osprey 165.
Oh. Sorry, it's a weird New Zealand phraseology thing, you've got to state the time whenever people push back.
Start at will.
Fritz, have you done that with your Boeing, your next level racing Boeing seat yet? Smashed your leg against the metal pole that's holding the yoke and everything.
Departure Osprey 532 Echo is fully ready. Request push and start.
My goodness, that hurts.
532 Echo, push and start approved. Time 23.
Push and start approved. Osprey 532 Echo.
It is Deeper Dolphins. Ibrahima, hello. It is Flow Pro by Parallel 42. Get rid of that music.
Flight attendants, arm your doors. Hello everyone, the doors are now closed. Any portable electronic devices such as MP3 players, laptops, video cameras must now be switched off. If you have a mobile phone or PDA, activate the flight mode and then turn your device off. If your particular model is not equipped
And
with
the
flight
Loop
mode
Air
settings,
tool,
they
freeware,
must be switched off and
loopairtool.net,
remain off for the
all
duration
the
of
cabin
the
announcements. But yeah, GSX
Flight attendants, check all
using
doors
Parallel 42's flow. We got the controls visualizer, a landing rate widget, VATSIMS ATIS, everything on it. It's great. Really, really recommend it. Auto ignition, so I don't need to flick that across to continuous. Though if you want to stay in the habit for good measure, that's fine as well. You can do that.
Flight attendants, go to your safety demonstration positions, please. Ladies and gentlemen, shortly we'll show a safety video about this aircraft. You will also find a safety briefing card in your seat pocket. Please watch the video and read your card so you're familiar with the safety procedures.
Waiting your confirmation for a good engine start.
Welcome
The regional
aboard this
accents.
Air New Zealand flight.
Cockpit to ground. We have a
Even
good
if you
engine
fly with
start.
us
You
frequently,
can disconnect.
please watch this safety demonstration carefully, as it is specific to this aircraft. First, make sure your cabin baggage
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass
and
pin
make sure your
removed.
own mask is fitted before assisting others.
Left
If
is
an
clear,
emergency
right is
occurs
clear.
during takeoff or landing, adopt the recommended
Auto.
stance position. Make sure your feet
Probe
are flat
auto
on
as well,
floor.
so we're just going to leave
Lean
that.
forward as far as possible with your hands on top of your head, elbows against your thighs. Otherwise, if you can reach the seat in front of
That's
you,
all fine. Let's
brace
check the
yourself against
generators for the engines 1 and
it.
2.
Your life jacket is under
APU
your
off.
seat or under the center armrest. Remove it from the pouch.
Flap 5.
Put your life jacket on while seated.
LNAV,
Clip the
VNAV,
waistband together
auto thrust,
and
flight
pull
directors
it
are
up.
already on anyway. Flap 5 in motion.
Only inflate your life jacket as you exit the aircraft by pulling down
Osprey
on the red
165,
tag.
request taxi.
Osprey 165, taxi Alpha, cross runway 29er, to the Alpha 6 holding point, runway 02.
Please note, your nearest exit may be behind you.
Taxi Alpha, cross runway 29er to hold point Alpha 6, runway 02, Osprey 165.
Evacuation, escape path lighting will help.
We have to
guide.
rerun the data now as well for the hold point.
Smoking is a hazard and is not permitted at any time, anywhere on the aircraft. Electronic devices may interfere with
Just to make sure we can actually do it.
Ensure your phone is turned off at all times. And turn off all electronic devices during takeoff and landing. For information on electronics that may be used during the flight, refer to the safety card or check with your crew. To prepare for takeoff, ensure your seat back is upright. Make sure your tray table is latched securely.
It's great, Ibrahima. You want to basically get it via
Christchurch departure, Osprey 532 Echo, ready for taxi.
Orbex.
Osprey 532 Echo, taxi
MSFS
Alpha,
toolbox.
follow
What's the
company
difference in the
traffic
the
to
actual
holding point Alpha 6, also cross runway
feet
29er.
meters?
Taxi
200
Alpha,
meters
following
less,
company, to Alpha 6,
3282,
then cross
so
runway 29er, Osprey
2,900.
532 Echo.
Still saying that's fine actually. Still saying flat 5 gives us a margin of gives us a margin of 545 meters left.
Approach departure, Osprey 804 Foxtrot, ready to push and start.
Optimum is flat 5. Lovely.
Osprey
So because we've been given
804 Foxtrot, pushback approved onto Foxtrot, time is 29er.
Alpha 6 instead of Alpha 7, we're basically just keeping an eye on, well, we've had to rerun the data because all of our V speeds are depending on us using Alpha 7 and having a nice derated takeoff here. So we've had to rerun, having lost about 300 meters of runway length.
I'll get you, if you're able to do that, that'd be great. Otherwise, they give way to company traffic and pushback approved onto Alpha.
I will give way to company on Alpha and then push back onto Alpha as well, basically help. I've got some assets in the way on my right. Osprey Circle Foxtrot.
We'll keep traffic mode on, terrain mode is on as well.
Time is now 30.
Auto brake RTO. They're on auto, we'll leave strobe steady on. I'll put runway turn off lights on as well because I'm actually, no I won't. keep saying I'm lazy, but when I don't do it properly, it grates on me. 1018. Actually a nice little pocket of cloud here, where the pocket of fog seems to have lifted, which now gives us a very nice view. And Osprey 165 at Alpha 6 ready for departure.
Osprey 165, surface winds 1501 knots, runway 02, clear for takeoff.
Runway 02, clear for takeoff, Osprey 165. Yeah, that's all good, that's all good, that's all set. Traffic's on, runway confirmed, clock started, fuel reset rates. What we'll do is we'll extend out here a little bit first, and then we'll start a big old turn. Look at the reflections. Try and use a little bit more of the runway, squeeze an extra couple of meters out of it basically. Get that stick forwards. %. Toga.
Airspeed's alive.
Sector 3 of 4.
80 knots. V1. V2. Positive rate of climb.
Gear up. Wrong button. Bear with, let's fire the jet. Still hand flying for a moment.
And Christchurch Osprey 532 Echo is Alpha 6, ready for departure.
Osprey 532 Echo, runway 02, line up and wait.
Simply engage. Runway turn off lights.
Osprey
Off.
532 Echo.
Quad brakes off. Gear levers off. Accelerating through flap 1. Let's get through to flap 1. And the fog is gone already. Yeah, it's quite remarkable, isn't it, the difference. And you can then appreciate Wellington Airport in the background. Very cool. So next stop, Wellington. By the time we return, we will then see Christchurch at night. So we're going to get multiple views, different times of the day, different ways the light interacts with the scenery, 3 different occasions throughout the entire stream.
Osprey 804 Foxtrot confirmed, cross runway 29er.
Crossing runway 29er as well. Osprey 804 Foxtrot.
Osprey 165, report level passing.
Passing 3,500 feet, Osprey 165.
Osprey 165, thanks for identified, climb by SID flight level 250.
Climb by SID, flight level 250, Osprey 165.
Osprey 532 Echo, runway 02, clear for takeoff, report level passing when airborne.
Yes, look at this.
Yeah, for takeoff, runway 02, Osprey 532 Echo.
Got that fog just off in the distance there. What we'll do is we'll just start to play catch up with the time now as well. Wellington is spectacular as well. Flight Beam Studios, it's available on Contrail's web shop. It is really nice. Capital city of New Zealand.
Requesting clearance to Wellington, please. New Zealand 776 Christchurch approach, very good morning to you. You are cleared to Wellington via Wellington 1. Flight level 230, runway 02. Kupu 1 Papa departure with a Greta transition, squawk 5552.
Before we know it, we're going to be on the ground, turning around to fly back again. Wellington to Christchurch is the next sector.
By the GUP to 1 Papa, squawking 552 with the Greta transition. New Zealand 776. New Zealand 776, thanks. Readback is correct.
And Christchurch departure Osprey 532 Echo is passing 3,600.
Osprey 532 Echo.
10,000.
Approach identified, climb rotate, flight level 250.
Climb follows it, flight level 250, Osprey 532 Echo.
Okay, landing at Wellington, runway 34. We've got current winds, headwind of 16 knots, crosswind of 2 knots on runway 34. Winds 010 at 18 knots, QNH 1021 now at Wellington, so 1021. 1021. 20 degrees and dry. Estimated landing weight 62.8 tonnes. Go for reverse both. Calculate. Auto brake max again is suggested. Or auto brake 3 with a stop margin of 281 metres. So I think we'll go for auto brake 3 with both reverses.
Push and start, please. New Zealand 776, push and start approved, time 38.
Or actually even better. Reverse idle, recalculate. Yeah, we might go, we would do reverse idle.
165 leaving my airspace to the north, control and identification services are terminated. Monitor Unicom now 123.8, good day.
Roger, Monitor Unicom 1228, Osprey 165, good day. So, we've got to think about arrivals already into Wellington. It's all a bit busy. So, ILS DME minimums 300. Let's get that set. 300. The QNH 1021 is set. Top climb is in 20 nautical miles. Descent in 47 nautical miles. So this is why we've got to be on it. Forecast is complete. We've got the weather data. We've got the arrival prep for. And we got the ILS frequencies tuned 1099. Let's get them both snapped across now anyway. Course 340 degrees into Wellington, they're both set and good. So, approach page, approach reference with the estimated landing weight of 62.8 tonnes goes in the box. Bus airplane toolbox is saying flap 30 is fine. We'll add that there as well, and there we go. So we've got a VREF, our minimums, and our pressure ready for transition. And also, just checking here, 1099, course of 340 degrees. When we do eventually see it appear, the 3-letter code for the ILS, we want IMP, India Mike Papa, to be displayed. Otherwise, it might still have Christchurch loaded or captured slightly somehow. Fritz, I did not know that. There's the mountains that we're going to just skirt along the edge of. The top of the North Island before we head into the the top of the South Island before we head to the North Island. Top of climb. What else have we got here? Yeah, look at that. Just as quick as we hit top of climb, we're into descent. So pressurization panel. That's the next thing. Busy, busy. Runway elevations 24 feet, therefore we set 0, it's the nearest we can get to. And auto brake max. So, we're ready for descent. And Rab, always another time, buddy. If you're new to the channel, welcome. It's great to have you with us. Hope you're enjoying the preview of NZA Simulations Christchurch. Been there twice now, out of 3 times during today's live stream. In the Osprey Holidays PMDG 737 900ER for Microsoft Flight Simulator. We've got the New Zealand mesh from Orbex installed. We've been to Queenstown. We've come back out of Queenstown into Christchurch. We're off to Wellington now as you join us. Hit like before you do anything else, and give us a little wave in the live chat too. Newlands. For the missed approach, we've got to overfly the Newlands NDB, so 358. So that's ready as well, just in case. And I'm actually going to flick that across to ADF1 so it's active. Slep, hello, welcome. Absolutely fine. No, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. It's great to have some ATC. Certainly the time of morning it is in sort of that side of the world. It's incredibly early in the morning, so really appreciate it. Airdog, g'day. We are off to Wellington now, Flightbeam Studios, Wellington. Come on, 1,000 below now, we're going to get the C chord, and then we need to set our descent altitude for the MCP as well. I'm going to set straight to 3,000 from now, for now. There we are. So climb profile 1 was just about enough. There we go. Airdog, try uninstalling it and reinstalling it via the PMDG Operations Centre. Back down we go, so 6,000. I'm going to set 6,000. And then we'll set it to 3 as we get closer. So this is the star we're about to enter. Wards 6 Alpha, via Wards, there's a hold there if it's busy, into Omdoc, Salty, passing then Mida, maximum speed of 220 knots below 7,000 feet there, turning eastbound to Jonah 3,000 at or above. There's a hold at Mida, there's a hold at Umaga as well, at Umaga 2,000 feet, maximum 190 knots, then turning towards the airfield. For the ILS DME or lock approach, runway 34, so from Umaga 340 degrees, which is what we've got set for the course on the MCP. We've got the frequency set as well. Applying that ILS approach. We've got the Wellington VOR 112.3 pre-tuned ready. And for a missed approach, if we do declare a go-around or go around for whatever reason, we need to track runway centre line 340 degrees to Ganji. Then turn right, track 352 degrees to November Lima NDB, which is that Newlands NDB I was just talking about, and then 352 degrees outbound from that NDB to 3,000 feet mandatory. Expect radar vectors, maximum 185 knots. Again, I always look at runway length, so landing on 3-4 is a spectacular approach as well into Wellington. 1,815 metres runway length. And we're going to aim to vacate. It's probably going to be Alpha 3. That tends to be where I vacate usually. If not, it's going to be Alpha 2, Alpha 1 right at the end. To then head down Alpha into the terminal. Where we're going to park, that's the next question. So we look at the parking stands plates. And I can't remember exactly where we park. Doc's told us actually. Gate 16. There. So I'm going to pin that. And I'm going to reset the charts ready to go. Delta Tango, no worries buddy. Saying I sound much better today. Yeah, I'm kind of over the peak of it now, so I feel like we're in a position where I've fought the illness. Still chesty, coughing every now and again, it's all a little bit messy, but in the main I do feel a lot better. Look at that down below. The new Osprey Airways Holidays livery for the PMDG 737-900ER. And the tip of the North Island, right on the nose. Nelson's just further up the coast to the west. And yeah, Air Dog, we're flying back to Christchurch for a turnaround when we get back in. Is David Bartley in the chat still? If so, is Wednesday a good day for Canada ops? Top descent, we're already into descent now. Speeds drop down to 257. 1228, ILS 1099, 1099, 340, 340, auto brake max. Master caution test. Pressure panel is set and checked, 0 for that, that's good. We're ignition and auto probe, so I don't need to worry about those. And descending on VNAV and LNAV. 1300 Zulu start sounds good, David. Yeah, give us an idea of a route that works or something else, and what, yeah, if we've got some nice scenery and that sort of thing. All day, Air Dog. Yeah, it's been busy. 4 sectors in total. Look at that. What a landscape. See how quick this sector was in comparison to Queenstown's. Christchurch to Queenstown's already a short enough hop. This one's even shorter. The second you're out of the SID, the departure of Christchurch, you've got one waypoint before you're then in the star. And there's literally 20 miles between top of climb and top of descent. So which is why on the ground at Wellington, at Christchurch, we spent more time prepping. Oh, controllers switch now, 1261 for Wellington approach. So information Alpha, ILS DMO RMP approach 3-4, visibility is greater than 10 kilometers over class 1600, temperatures 20 degrees, dew point 17, QNH 1021, it's info Alpha. Allowing that speed to just stay up for a little bit because I know we've got people behind. Tailwind of 14 knots helping us too. Wellington approach, good morning, Osprey 165, good timing. Information Alpha 737-900, setting flight level 170, inbound wards. Oh, 1193 now, frequency's changed. Wellington approach, good evening, good morning rather, Osprey 165 737 900, information Alpha, good timing, inbound wards, flight level 160, descending.
Osprey 165, Wellington approach, very good morning to you. Expect a ILS DME approach, runway 34. Star clearance is the Ward 6 Alpha arrival. When ready, descend 6,000 feet.
Expect ILS runway 34 approach, Wards 6 Alpha arrival, and when ready to descend 6,000 feet. Osprey 165.
And Osprey 165, Queenstown, no, Queenstown, my apologies, Wellington QNH 1021.
Wellington QNH 1021, Osprey 165. So by the time we get back to Christchurch now, that sun's going to be down. We're going to get an epic approach into Wellington. We're going to get a nighttime departure and then a nighttime arrival back into Christchurch to see what the NZA Simulations Christchurch scenery looks like at night. So we've seen it during day in fog. Through transition now. And hopefully it will have been the most comprehensive preview you guys will have ever seen for a scenery so far. 3 visits, different times of day, live weather, takeoffs and approaches, daytime and nighttime, and a good exploration of the scenery too. Those of you that will fly along on Wednesday, if David's offering to be ATC, what would you guys like to see? What should we fly? What route should we do? David's saying there, unless you want to do something more general aviation, then CYQQ to CYJJ, and then fly along Vancouver Island for VFR, or we can do something else. We could do CYJJ to Yellowstone, take you from the island to the mountains, about an hour's flight time. That sounds really good actually. 1300 Zulu Herky. Somewhere in Canada. David will be our tower controller. Have a little look here at the speed. Yeah, so meter 220 is fine. So the aeroplane's aware of that. We've got the decel point coming up. There's the coastline. We follow it up the other side of that mountain. You've got Nelson, and then under the cloud ahead of us we have the North Island. CT90 saying, can you give us a brief description what the transition altitude is? So flying up, outbound, warning us for drag required actually. Flying outbound, we have got the transition altitude. So when we take off, we're flying on the local QNH, aren't we? As we're climbing away, eventually we need to go to flight levels so that everybody is flying at the same consistent altitude at high altitude airways.
Good morning, Osprey 532
on descent, so then we go through transition altitude into flight levels, we go to standard pressure, and then as we are descending again to our new destination like we're doing today, we've gone through the transition level, and we then need to tune to the local pressure altitude at the airport we're flying into. So we go through transition level into local pressure 1021. Hopefully that helps.
No worries, we can expect the ILS DME approach runway 34 and the QNH is 1021, Osprey 532 Echo.
And Osprey 532 Echo, star clearance available.
Ready to copy, Osprey 532 Echo.
Osprey 532 Echo, star clearance is Ward 6 Alpha arrival.
Hi Tim Sim, hello buddy, loving the day out in New Zealand. Likewise, it's great, isn't it?
That's the 6 Alpha arrival for runway 34. We'll descend by the star to altitude 6,000.
Oh, Kelowna. You know what? We've never flown there. I'll let you guys decide in the club lounge over on Discord. Just tell me what you want to see, what aircraft, what livery. As long as we all agree on one, it makes it very easy for me to just then plan it. Oh, look at that. Osprey Holidays. Flymore Sim saying, when do you start slowing down on approach? That's another good question. It's all dependent on what sort of approach we're doing, what the constraints of the speeds and stuff are. So I know we need to be at MEDA below 7,000. We've been asked to descend to 6,000 feet. And I'm already now looking at reducing our speed to below 220 knots at MEDA. The aeroplane, to the PMDG 737, I should probably say, is actually incredibly good with VNAV and LNAV. We're descending on vertical speed, so it's given us a little bit more to manage ourselves with speed management, that sort of thing. But in effect, you could leave it at decel, you could leave it in VNAV, let it descend all the way down to your approach, and it will hit the speed constraints nicely all the way. It may need, if it's a steep approach, a bit of drag assistance, so speed brake in the early stages.
Osprey 165, descend via star 3000 from Umaga, cleared the ILS DME approach, runway 34, report established.
Continue to descend 3000 via the star and via Umaga, cleared for the ILS runway 34 approach, report established. Osprey 165.
Wellington approach, Osprey 804 Foxtrot. Good afternoon, or good morning. Inbound board about 70 miles out.
Osprey 804 Foxtrot.
Michael, hello buddy, loving the livery, thank you very much. Damo's actually created, I was showing it to some of you guys earlier on as well, at earlier points of the stream, an incredibly premium looking, wonderfully premium looking cabin seat configuration there. And as well for summer,
Osprey 804 Foxtrot.
Osprey Holidays. Although that one's still got some of the AOPA stuff on it.
Osprey 804 Foxtrot, you're cleared the Wards 6 Alpha arrival, runway 34, descend via the star, 6,000 feet.
Cleared via Wards 6 Alpha arrival for ILS.
Spoilers, we'll just help the jet out again. Actually, we're going to slow down to flaps up speed. Damo, no worries buddy, thank you. I have to manually approve that. I can see it though, so I'll do it on my phone. I've got 2% battery left. Done. Welcome on board. Our latest captain. You guys were looking for your own custom liveries, that sort of thing. Damo, people like him, very talented livery artists that can kind of make that happen. He's got his own Fiverr page. I'll put it in the live chat for you if it's the sort of thing you're looking for. I'm going to go flap 5 and I'm going to return to VNAV. Whoa, that's a choppy bit of wind.
Osprey 532 Echo, descend via star 3000 from Umaga.
Strobes, let's get the logo light on as well now because it's getting dark. Oh, look at that.
Continue to 3000 on the star and clear the ILS approach via Umaga. And report next to an established Osprey 532 Echo.
How cool does that look? Into the pea soup again. Check that, auto brake sets. 180. Speed brakes armed. Fly more sim. So have a little look there. They're your flap limit speeds. So flap 5's 250 knots. So usually if you want to slow the aeroplane down and help with a bit of drag, you can use flap below 150 to help you, and that's part of your speed management basically. It's a very good way of doing it, because obviously if you use speed brake, it's an inefficient way to lose drag. To create drag, sorry. Okay, nighttime flying. Cabin, Dom, good morning to you in Brazil. Thanks for joining us. Cindy Golf, welcome to you as well. 9 PM for you. Where are you based? 345610 for the intercept. There's our 8-mile fixed ring. Lap 10. This is a very short approach, this. You're kind of establishing at 8 miles. Approach mode armed. Already now grabbing hold of the glide slope and the ILS. SIMD 8 and
804 Foxtrot.
the landing gear down, because it's saying drag required after Butin, which is now. So let's be proactive. I've ever so slightly overshot that, but the aeroplane is really brilliant and it will get us back. 340, 340. Mandatory 3000 from missed approach, that's already set on the MCP and we're in descent. Osprey 165 established, 8 miles.
Good morning again.
2500.
New Zealand 776.
My goodness.
Wards, passing
When are we going to see the ground? We've got a very, very messy thing there.
New Zealand 776. Wellington approach, good morning. Start clearance is
Don't think he's got us.
Alpha arrival for runway 34. You can expect the ILS DME approach.
160.
6000.
Lap 25.
Report 6 Alpha approach and descend for runway 34.
Osprey 165 established, 6 miles.
Osprey 165, surface wind 010 at 18, gusting 28 knots. Runway 34, clear to land.
Runway 34, clear to land, Osprey 165. Harrison, am I a pilot? Sadly no, I wish I was. I was studying towards my private pilot's license, but ran out of money. Effectively had to use it for more important stuff, i.e. a house. So that's all put on the back burner for now. Yes, you can. More Fly Sim saying, can you also deploy therefore gear to help with reduction of speed? Yes. Again, you've got to be careful with speeds and things. I wouldn't do it at 250 knots. You've got your gear operating speed limits there. So extension 270 knots, which is crazy, but extended 320. That's mad. Anything below 250 though, I'd look to do it there, but maybe not that amount. 139, 145. 144, sorry. Got dark very quickly. We've descended with the sunset, so the higher we are, the lighter it is still. Auto thrust. We've got the music going. Diddly bob. Okay, my controls, autopilot off.
New Zealand 776, descend via the Star 3000 from
Stand by. From Embargo, cleared the ILSD in the approach runway 34.
Pitch for speed, hour for rate of descent.
Descend to 3000 via the star, on the star via Imaga, and report unestablished for New Zealand.
That headwind is very variable. It's actually making it quite tricky. We've got 26 knots headwind all of a sudden now, which has kind of just pushed us back into the sky.
And New Zealand 776.
And now it's just dropped off, so we've sunk. So we're trying to find a happy average. It might not be a smooth touchdown, this, folks.
100. 50. 30.
Looking at the end.
10.
Holding that picture.
Wellington, Osprey 532 Echoes established, 9 miles.
Oh, it's a bit tough, that one.
Osprey 532 Echo, number 2 in sequence for runway 34. I'll give you a call when ready, please.
Roger, number 2 in sequence.
I feel like max auto brake is pretty crazy. Actually, that stopped us, which is not good. Okay, so auto brake max, no. Auto brake 3, yes. Bear in mind that's supposed to stop with 300 meters left.
Osprey 165, when able, vacate right.
We'll go get a vacate Alpha 4, Osprey 165.
Osprey 532 Echo, surface wind 010, 18 knots, gusting 28 knots, runway 34, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 34, Osprey 532 Echo.
Please remember to take all personal belongings with you, and please take care while lifting those overhead lockers. If your cell phone or other electronic devices are within reach, you may now switch to on. Finally, on behalf of your onboard team, would like to thank you for flying with Air New Zealand on the Star Alliance network. It has been a pleasure having you aboard. Take care, have a great day, and thank you for flying.
GSX 201's not too bad, is it? Gate 18. Oh, it says too small. We're gonna have to go for it.
Is too small for your aircraft.
We are an absolute whopper, to be fair. 737-900 ER. So, Bravo 5. Here's Flightbeam Studios, Wellington Airport. Really small airport, but it is absolutely spectacular. Hold on. Gate 16. What did I select? Couple on approach. Look at those glistening lights. This is payware, Fly More Sim. Just gonna come to a stop here for a moment. That looked great. Nice job. One sector left. Hi, Luck King, welcome back.
Osprey 804 Foxtrot, surface wind 010, 18 knots, gusting 28 knots, runway 0, direction 34, clear to land.
Clear land for Osprey 804 Foxtrot.
Osprey 532 Echo, you can taxi Alpha.
Unfortunately not fly more sim.
No, we're taxi on Alpha to Bay of our choice, sector OTC, Osprey 532 Echo.
Let's see if he does Gangnam. It's got to. That's a perfect parking. Okay, overhead. Lights, signs, APUs on and bleed, so engine off. Yes, there we go. Possibly, Joey. Maybe we'll have a look when we get to Christchurch. We'll have another little look because we won't need to use it then. Right, so that's off. He's super happy. Let's disembark.
The boarding requested.
Look how cool that looks. And those of you who haven't seen this scenery though, does anyone else know if you can turn it off? Joey, you might have a really good point there that I might not have known about. You might actually be able to turn it off.
Passengers deboarding started.
So, Flightbeam Studios, Wellington.
Osprey 804 Foxtrot, vacated at Alpha 3.
Incredible glass textures, look at that. The palm tree on that scenery, the livery looks fantastic.
Welcome to Wellington, taxi Alpha to the Bay of your choice.
Taxi Alpha to the Bay of choice. Thank you very much. Nice to be here.
We explored this quite a bit when we saw this as well, when it first got released. It's a really, really nice bit of scenery, even better in the daylight, to be honest.
New Zealand 776, fully established 5 miles.
Wellington to Christchurch, even shorter this next leg. There's the touchdown zone. Got to load my ACARS again. Flat 5, profile 1, 97% M1, it says 26k, cell temp 31 degrees. Brake temperatures. Peter in the Med, very nice. Hello to you, welcome.
New Zealand 776, fully established at 2 miles.
New Zealand 776, runway 34, clear to land.
Runway 34, clear to land, thanks.
Import flight from Simbrief, Wellington to Christchurch. Flight level 260 for departure, up Blue 1 Romeo via Sabda for transition on the departure, and we can expect the ILS runway 2 again at Christchurch via the Messy 7 Alpha arrival, giving us a 2 knot headwind and a 1 knot crosswind. Fly More Sim saying, is the 900 a separate purchase? It is, yes. Well, no. To the other products in the line, yes. But if you are buying the 900 in the NG series, you get the 900 and the 900 ER included in the same package. So, in that sense, no, it's not a separate purchase. Badger, no worries, buddy. Me too. Okay, so that was the last one in that's flying on the network, I believe. So 260 for cruise this time round. Leave the landing altitude as it is. Let's grab the dome panel. Got the flight deck lights on here.
New Zealand 776, runway vacated.
New Zealand 776, taxi Alpha to the bay of your choice, good day.
Yeah, taxi Alpha to their choice, and thanks very much for your service today. Excellent. Cheers. Have a great day.
6883. Wellington approach, hello again, Osprey 165, stand 16, 737, 900, QNH 1021, and requesting our file clearance to Christchurch. It's like, no way.
Osprey 165, standby.
146. Passengers for the next leg. Cargo wise 3.6 tonne. We need estimate 0 fuel weight 60 tonnes. So we can add that like so. So we've got 0 fuel weight 60 tonne, giving us a gross weight of 66.9. I'm jotting all that down.
5, clearance available.
Yeah, ready to copy. You want Spray 165?
Spray 165, you're cleared. Christchurch 3, flight level 260, runway 34. Wellington 1 Delta departure, squawk 5321, and departure with me.
Cleared Christchurch, runway 34, Wellington 1 Delta departure, cruise at flight level 260, squawk 5321, departure with you for Osprey 165. Find out what that departure is. Wellington to Christchurch. Sid. Wellington 1 Delta departure. I suppose because it's night time, isn't it?
Osprey 165, readback is correct. Call me ready for push.
Okay. Okay, that's interesting. So it's literally fly runway heading, or outbound 352 degrees, and are above 6,000 feet. Was it 1 Delta? Track 340, runway centerline to 3.5 DME from the Wellington VOR, turn right, track 352, maintain 6,000, expect radar vectors. That's a cool departure. So fuel payload done. GSX. We'll cue the boarding. Gross weight 66.9. Zero fuel weight 60. We'll leave it 59.9. Reserves 3.8. Cost index of 42. Average winds and cruise, actually we'll do that in a moment. We're doing flight level 260. 225 at 20. $13,000 outbound transition. Then we'll go to standard pressure, as that question asked earlier. Descent, it's 15,000. Flight level 150. We then change to the local QNH. Performance calculations. Cell temp of 31. Takeoff profile 1. D rate 26k. 99%. N1. Climb profile 1. Takeoff lap 5. Centre of gravity set 5.22 for trim. About there. And then to the route page. So NZWN NZCH. We go back to Christchurch. Activate. Sabdam Essex, that's literally the route. Climb Sim, have a good one. It was choppy, wasn't it, Dursey 2? The gust of 10 knots kind of pushed you further up. It kept us on our toes, that's for sure. It's very good. Departures. Runway 34. There we go, New Zealand Wellington 1 Delta. So NZWN 1D for those flying the final sector. That should give us, there we go, vectors, effectively a discontinuity. General Payton, welcome. It's a bit of a test of our metal actually, this. It's very cool. Route data. Winds request. Kind of pointless doing it for such a short leg. Fair enough, Dursey 2. We're about an hour behind, in fairness. from what I expected. I thought we'd be finishing around now. $152. 162 plus 10. It was to 6,000, wasn't it? Initial climb. Maintain 6,000. Expect radar vectors. Right, directors. Back to the arrival, because we've been in the arrival as quick as we actually get into out of Wellington. We'll be into Christchurch just as quick. So ILS 02. Fire a Dubu again. Essex 7 Alpha. Actually, ILS North 02, isn't it? Approach. end's going to be night, but I don't think we are actually doing that one. So it must be ILS 2. SC7 Alpha. See what it gives us on the data. Gompi Albad Idubu. Oh, then Albad again. So actually, we won't select Idubu. We'll select like that. Gompi Albad. Bingo. Fix runway 02. We'll do 4 miles, we'll do 8. Kind of help us when we get towards the zone. Wellington 1020.
Wellington approach,
scent prep.
Osprey Airport Foxtrot with you again. Good morning again. Requesting air from here, Christchurch, and 15 Info Alpha Airport, 3900.
5321, which kept us with the same transponder code.
Osprey 804 Foxtrot.
What have I missed this time?
Wellington approach, hello.
Break RTO, 6,340, 162, 340.
Christchurch 3, flight level 260.
I think that is it, to be fair.
Kulu 1 Papa, departure with a SABSA transition. Squawk 5371 and departures with me.
Clear to Christchurch 3.
We'll restart QATL, because otherwise we're going to be waiting for ages.
Transition and flight level 260 is squawk.
Boarding. Give it a moment.
Osprey 804 Foxtrot, I think it was a SABSA transition.
Was that SABSA transition for Osprey 804 Foxtrot? Thank you.
Osprey 804 Foxtrot, read that correct.
SABDA. SABDA. General Payton, I use VAS Airplane Toolbox. It's free, you can download it via the X-Plane forums. We explored it a little bit yesterday as well. GSX has got to be ready now. Lovely. Better for pushback. Wellington to Christchurch 260, that's good, that's set. V-pilot's done. Volanta is ready. Navigraph charts are ready. Good evening, Jerry.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Cool. Start the safety demonstration.
Flight attendants, arm your doors. Hello everyone, the doors are now closed. Any portable electronic devices such as MP3 players, laptops, video cameras must now be switched off. If you have a mobile phone or PDA, activate the flight mode and then turn your device off. If your particular model is not
Wellington approach, Osprey 165, stand 16, fully ready, request push and start.
Flight attendants, check all doors closed.
Osprey 165, is that pushback clearance?
Hey firm, ready for push.
Osprey 165, thanks for push. Approved time now is 30.
Push not approved, Osprey 165.
Flight
I
attendants, go
have
to your safety
no
demonstration
idea
positions, please.
where this is going to send
Ladies and
us.
gentlemen, shortly we'll show a safety video about this aircraft.
Who
You'll
knows?
also
We'll
find
go
a
nose
safety
right,
briefing
just
card
see
in
what
the takeoff.
happens.
Please watch the
It's
video
a,
and read your card,
it's a default
so you're
GSX
familiar with the
profile,
safety procedures.
so I don't know what's going to happen with this. Anti-collision lights on.
Welcome aboard this Air New Zealand flight. Even if you fly
Backs
with us
off.
frequently, please watch this safety demonstration carefully, as it is specific to this aircraft. First, make sure your cabin baggage is safely stowed, either in the overhead lockers or under the seat.
Release parking brakes, please. Commencing push. All
Whenever
engines
the
clear.
seatbelt signs are switched
Start
on,
at will.
return to your seat and do up the seatbelt. Ensure it's tight and fits low across your hips. You are advised to keep your seatbelt fastened when seated during the flight. To release the seatbelt, simply lift the lever.
Do a little bit of
Should
mopping up.
oxygen masks drop from the overhead panels, activate your mask by pulling it
The
towards
heck is
you.
going on?
Oxygen will flow through the mask, even though the bag may not inflate. Place the mask over your
Thought
nose
GSX was going to do weird things.
for a secure fit. And make sure your own mask is fitted before fitting others. If an emergency occurs during takeoff or landing, adopt the recommended brake position.
You know what it's going to do? It's just going to dump us in a minute somewhere really random, like here, and go pushback complete.
Hands on top of your head, elbows against your bump. Otherwise, if you can reach the seat in front of you, brace yourself.
What the hell?
Your life jacket is under
Yeah,
your
this is
seat
why I was
or
intentionally
under the
trying not to
seat
watch it, because I had no idea what it was going
Remove
to
it from the
do.
pouch.
Automated, it almost is, isn't it?
Put your life jacket on while seated, clip the waistband together and pull it tight. Only inflate your life jacket as you
I should have that
exit the
off,
aircraft
just in
by
case.
pulling down on the red tag. If your life jacket does not fully inflate, use the mouthpiece. Your crew are now indicating emergency exits. Please note your nearest exit may be behind you. Count the rows of seats.
Jerry, so all you need a lot of the time is just a custom profile
In an
from
emergency
GSX.
evacuation, escape path lighting will help guide you.
I mean, that's where it's supposed to give us, centerline here. But there is no custom GSX profile for Wellington, unfortunately.
Electronic devices may interfere with aircraft.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to click stop here and
Ensure
complete
your
pushback.
phone is turned off at all times.
Oh, hello, where's it going now?
And turn off all electronic devices during takeoff and landing.
Please set parking brakes.
God, I think that was the most violent pushback we've ever experienced.
Refer to the safety card or check with your crew.
He's sacked.
To prepare for takeoff,
Cockpit to ground.
ensure your
We have a good
seatbelt is
engine
upright.
start. You can
Make sure
disconnect.
your tray table is latched securely, your footrest, if fitted, is folded away, and your seatbelt is tightly fastened. Thank you for your attention. Enjoy your Air New Zealand flight.
Oh, it's already off to a bad start. Oh no. Okay, so after departure... Three 3.5 DME, then 352 degrees. Jocks, hello. It's probably going to be Wednesday. Lap 5, they're both on automatic.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right
Row
is
beats
clear.
automatic, no lights. APU is off on bleed. Engines 1 and 2 bleed on packs on auto. Isolation valve, no automatic recirc fans on auto. Generators are good. APU off. Lap screen and 5, engine set to RTO. Sorry, not LNAV. Can't have LNAV. We need to be heading mode armed. VNAV armed. For this particular departure. Auto thrust armed. Osprey 165, request taxi.
Osprey 165, taxi Bravo 7 to the Alpha 11 holding point, runway 34.
Taxi Bravo 7 to Alpha 11 hold point, runway 34, Osprey 165. Bye Tim, have a great one. I'll find the centre line, there we go. So going left here, then following the greens right onto Bravo 7. How many people have we got flying with us this next leg, do we know? 2 or 3? Final sector, and we'll see the new NZA Simulations Christchurch Airport releasing around Thursday or Friday. alongside that New Zealand World Update. It's a separate payware product from the NZA website. We're going to see it at night time now. We'll see what it looks like at night. Very arbitrary, welcome. System page. We are.
Wellington approach, Osprey 804 Foxtrot at stand 15, requesting push and start.
Osprey 804 Foxtrot, push and start approved, time now 36.
Push and start approved for Osprey 804 Foxtrot.
Okay, at the hold, fuel flow, reset rate. They're still on automatic anyway. Signs are good. Traffic. Transponder. And recheck the takeoff data. And Osprey 165 is at Alpha 11, ready for departure.
Osprey 165, surface winds 010 at 18 knots, gusting 28, runway 34, clear for takeoff.
Runway 34, clear for takeoff, Osprey 165. Glider up. Control visualizer. Look at this. Very cool. So, fairly unique departure this. We're getting vectors after takeoff. Climb to 6,000, flying initially outbound, runway heading 340. Set 40. Logo.
Airspeed alive. Knots.
V1.
Rotate. V2.
Gentle on the departure, prevent that tail strike, then get airborne.
Positive ready to climb.
Then stare at that flight director and fly to it. Straight into P-suit by the looks of it. So 3.5 DME, which is coming up, and then 352 degrees. Gears up, no lights. That can come off.
Destination please. Searching runway departure runway 34 and turning 1021. Using Jetstar 632.
Was that New Zealand 201?
No, Jetstar 632.
I'm ignoring the flight director for now.
Jetstar 632.
I'm actually flying to this nav display instead.
Queenstown 3, flight level 360. Whoop. 1 departure, runway 34, SABDA transition. And squawk 5071.
Whoa, that is bumpy.
Clear to Queenstown, runway 34, approved for flight level 36 Harrison.
Let's go set flap 1.
And a transition, and squawk 7571 for Zero 632.
Osprey 165 is airborne 3,300.
071.
5071 for Jetstar 632.
Jetstar 632, thanks, read back correct.
Approach Jetstar 279, ready check. Jetstar 279, Regi 5, stand by for clearance. Roger.
Osprey 165 is airborne 3,600 feet.
Osprey 165 identified, resume own navigation, direct SABDA planned route.
Resume own navigation, direct SABDA plan route to Osprey 165.
And Osprey 165, climb flight level 260.
I'm flight level 260, Osprey 165.
And Viva 632, what was the SID again for, because I don't have a plus one Papa. I got India, Sierra, November, India, 5, Papa, and confirm it runway 34.
Affirm, it's runway 34 and the SID was Uplud, uniform Papa Lima, uniform Delta, 1 Papa.
Roger, I don't have that for Viva, no, Jetstar 632. I got India, Sierra, November, India, 5 Papa for Viva, no, Jetstar 632, or India, Sierra, November, India, 5 Tango.
Is your nav data up to date, Jetstar 632?
So flaps up, no lights. That's all fine. They're all good. And yeah, look at that, it's just darkness now.
Yeah, Jetstar 632, I'll just amend your clearance.
We've got Wellington in fog as well.
Departure.
Bit of sea fog.
Runway 34, climb via that SID 6,000 feet.
Wellington to Delta departure, our free form, and initial climb is 6,000 feet for Jetstar 632.
Wellington, approach Osprey 04 Foxtrot.
Keep smashing the like button, folks. If we get to 100 before we end the stream, we're going back into the final time into Christchurch. Have a look at that NZA Simulations.
Taxi Bravo 8 down to Alpha and Alpha 11.
New Christchurch Airport scenery releasing at the same time as the World Update, the New Zealand World Update for Microsoft Flight Simulator this Thursday, Friday, depending on the time zone that you're in.
Jetstar 279, ready for clearance. Jetstar 279, you're cleared. Queenstown 3, flight level 360. Was the Upwood 1 Papa departure, SABDA transition, squawk 5446. Right, squawking 5446, clear to Queenstown via Upwood 1.
That's just
Delta departure.
darkness
and,
now.
Climb, for flight level 360, Jetstar 279.
Oh, that tail, it looks epic.
Jetstar 279, read back correct.
Our new Osprey Holidays livery.
Jetstar 279, sorry, I forgot to add SABDA transition on the departure. So could you repeat the transition? Sierra Alpha Bravo Delta Alpha SABDA. Roger, we have SABDA transition, thank you.
I'll bring that brightness right down again.
Jetstar 632, I think I found out the right thing. Just quick to tell you, is this the first waypoint of standback 1 Papa is Kilo Alpha Lima Echo M, Mike for 0650.
Long one indeed, Liam.
Jetstar 632, I don't have any waypoint named that on my radar screen.
What is the first waypoint for Papa 1 Papa arrived departure?
see. Sounds like this guy doesn't have any charts.
Osprey 804 holding ready at 8 or Alpha 11, sorry.
Osprey 804 Foxtrot, runway 34, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, Osprey 804 Foxtrot.
Yeah, if you're flying on VATSIM, always have charts. Make sure you got the latest air rack if you can.
This is Jetstar 632. And just to affirm, initial star is the Sierra Alpha Bravo Delta Alpha.
Yep.
Roger, I will put all these waypoints in for Jetstar 632.
Jetstar 632, you're on a radar departure since you don't have the procedural SID. So I'll just give you vectors to SABDA.
What?
16,000, good pressurization. AirDog says, how do you invent the flight number and call sign when you fly with Osprey? So in our Discord server, each pilot has their own call sign. So it means that way we don't have to, say for example, we both wanted, there was 2 or 3 of us, we wanted to all fly to, I don't know, Gatwick to Marseille in France and back. If it was a particular route, like a virtual airline would ordinarily operate.
Osprey 165, leaving my airspace to the south, Monash Unicom now 122.8, good day.
Monash Unicom 122.8 for Osprey 165, thanks to the ATC, good day. Yeah, so it stops us having to sort of, if we're all trying to fly the same route, only one of us could then use the actual route call sign. So in our Discord server, under the Osprey Airways section, there's an Osprey call signs tab, and each pilot has their own call sign assigned to them that they reserve, and they use that for every single Osprey flight basically. And that way we never conflict with one another. Landing weight. Estimated landing weight 64.5 tonne. So, order brake 2, idle reverse, 1,163 metres of runway left. So we're set, order brake 2, top climb's coming up already, my goodness, you know what, we haven't prepped yet. All those transmissions got so distracting, we didn't actually set the ILS data. So RVR is, well, we're going to call it 550, so 323. Because it was in thick fog when we left. Go for that full approach lighting system. So decision altitude is 323 feet, which is 200 feet above ground level. Warning of drag required after Gompy. In here, 64.5. I'll add a couple just to be safe. 141. 141, 146, adding the 5. Christchurch 02, 3,288, 1099, 016 for the course. That does match what we had on the charts. .16. Landing altitude goes back to 100. What else? We've got the QNH. Let's just make sure that's centered. QNH is...
Greatly appreciated all the information you share along the way. Have a coffee.
Iced tea, thank you buddy, appreciate the coffee. Very generous of you to tip, thank you very much. Much appreciated. where QNH is what we need now. So dot meta NZCH QNH 1018. So DREF minimums, local pressure as we go through transition, that is set. We checked the approach data before we actually took off to make sure it's all correct. And we already, before we took off, we put our fixed rings in as well. It's such a short leg. Top of climb, top of descent is very short after. It's about 34, 35 miles away already, and we are about to hit top of climb. Courses are set for the approach, and the ILS frequency 1099 is set as well. 1153. The Christchurch VOR. And then for missed approach again, same as before, initially fly runway heading, track 016 degrees over the runway centre line, then 2.5 DME, the Christchurch VOR, turn right, intercept the outbound radial 031 to Mibot, mandatory 4,000, maximum 210 knots. So the approach we're doing now is this. Inbound via Messix, the Messix 7 Alpha arrival, crossing Messix at or above 11,000 feet, so we're already below the transition level there. We'll be on the local Christchurch QNH. Inbound cab go, there's 2 holds at both of those, a hold at each waypoint if it's really busy, then into Gukam. And we can look at the FMC and cross-check the data as well. So at or above 11,000, cab go at or above 7, Gukam at or above 5. Gompi, maximum 210 knots at or above 3,000 feet, followed by Albad at 2,170. From there, turning inbound, because Albad is there, it's 8 miles, so this is an incredibly short approach, folks. In fact, this is going to be... There's going to be very little room for error here, actually. So we're joining the ILS at Albad. So we're flying in from here, straight in, joining the ILS. We'll be wings level at about 6 miles, and then on the arrival. So before Albad, I'm going to be probably geared down flap 15 as we're committing the turn. And then getting the speed down to 160 as quick as we can. Yeah, that's going to be interesting. That's going to be quite cool, actually. This is going to be tough. Yeah, thanks for all the likes, folks. Love it. Our descent forecast isn't ready. There's something we didn't do. Watch that top of descent marker trip us up now. I hope not. Come on, plane. Load. QNH 1018. Done. So, less than 20 miles to top descent. Order brake 2 is set. We'll set down to 2,000. We'll just get it all prepped, so we just have a continuous descent to the ILS if we stay on Unicom. Courses are both set. We've done our approach data. We're going to press check for any master cautions, and the landing pressure panel is set as ready as well. Tochi, welcome on board. Thank you, buddy. Jerry, good question. So, how can I show you this? If we look at Volanta, no screenshots for this sector. If we look at Volanta and we look at flight briefing, here we go. We go to the winds section. So this winds information tab is really useful on your SimBrief OFP. So you get climb winds, top of descent winds, and descent winds. Some people like to just use the top of descent section and they'll put in a selection of winds here. Some people like the descent section, they put in a selection of winds here. If you scroll to, where is it? Further down, I think. Maybe it's been truncated because of the size of it. Yeah. Yeah. So on the OFP in the wind section there's more information. It says additional information. There would be a little bit more available, and you could read through it all basically and pick the altitudes you like. Whatever works for you really. But that's our super short route today. That was our departure, initially outbound. We hand flew the first little bit and then went on to heading mode, autopilot on, and we've done our left turn to Sabda. Brits. I shall. Oh, that's cool. Oh, the reflections on the glass there are incredible. All the screenshots taken today, I'm sure the other guys will be doing the same thing. They'll all go into the Flight Sim screenshot section of our Discord server. I'll pick a couple as well tomorrow and I'll put them on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Yeah, Jerry, so in the legs page, if we had a longer route, I could probably show you, but you could put in route data, you could put in the winds here if you want to. This one was so short I didn't actually bother. For the 3 sectors we've flown so far, we did do that. Let's go descent now, 5 miles to top of descent. I'm going to trigger it early, so the aeroplane will begin to pitch down, bring the throttle back. Couple of miles it takes in the air. VNAV and LNAV are both active. And we've briefed ourselves for the approach and the missed approach, so we're ready now for our final look at Christchurch, the preview. We've done 2 daylight stuff. We've done outbound and inbound to Christchurch during the day in thick fog, changing light conditions. We've had a look at everything I think so far as well, except night time. So we're flying back into Christchurch again, sector 4 of 4, and we're going to be having a little look at the arrival there. And we're going to have a look at what the airport looks like at night time. LTU, welcome. Hope you're good. Looking forward to the New Zealand update, I hope. Sanka, is that in relation to your pre-flight planning? Because if you have got that issue, have a look at your I can't really show you here actually, but there you go, perf init page. Make sure you got your weights and things all initialized here in that page, and your routes done. Then you should be able to load in the wind data there, and also your descent forecast winds as well. You can also type them in if you want to manually. L2, so we started the stream at Christchurch, we took off, we flew to Queenstown, we flew a beautiful approach into Queenstown, done a turnaround there, departed again, spectacular departure out of Queenstown back to Christchurch. We've then turned around in Christchurch again, flown up to Wellington. We've just departed Wellington for a flight back to Christchurch now, so we're going to look at the new NZA Simulations preview scenery at night on arrival. See what it has to offer in what has been a 5-hour stream so far. Ultimate preview.
Ladies and gentlemen, in preparation for landing, please make sure all electronic devices are now switched off, your seatbelts are securely fastened, and your seat backs and tray tables are in the upright and locked positions. If you've had any carry-on luggage out during the flight, now it's time to make sure it is securely stowed. Either Wellington needs a seat in front of you or on the overhead lockers above. Once again, if you are in one of our exit rows today, please make sure all carry-on luggage is stowed in the overhead lockers only. Once again, if you do have any questions or you need any assistance, feel free to ask the cabin crew.
57 miles to Christchurch.
Cabin crew, prepare cabin for arrival, please.
We got the coast there, the coast of the South Island. I am pretty hungry, Rab, yeah. I will be having a nice gin and tonic after this. I hope you guys have found it useful though. Certainly a much more useful preview than yesterday's Oslo stream, eh? Through 18,000, we'll be through transition in a little moment. Indeed, Rav, those days happen, don't they? For all of us at some point. I mean, it's even dark at home now, which is, at least it helps. Oh, Matthew, it's the only drink available on board. That and Guinness. It would be the only airline to serve Guinness in a can. Or we'd have a draft tap in the galley, actually. That'd be quite cool. And red wine. They're the only drinks available on board. Red wine, Bloody Mary. The gin version of Bloody Mary. Can't remember the name of that now, because that's really nice. A variety of red wine. Guinness and a selection of gin with some nice tonics. And water for anyone else that doesn't drink. And in fact, when I was cabin crew years ago, it was always the Americans that asked for this. Don't ask me why, I don't really know. They always asked for a diet water, which is just ice. And I'd look at them and think, why don't you just ask for ice? There's always, can I have a diet water? Yeah, Fritz, every flight I had one. Can I have a diet water? And I'd never heard of it until I'd looked really confused at somebody. One time, this lady that had asked for it, and I was like, tonic water? I thought it was a tonic water, like a sugar-free tonic water or something. Funnily enough, it was LA. And yeah, she had to say. Vero, now, not all of them. Oh yeah, we'd have some nice Yorkshire tea. H1018, we go to standard pressure now through transition altitude. Yeah, weird, isn't it? I'd have a diet water, please. In a really heavy Californian accent. First time I had no clue. They had to actually explain it to me. The thing is, I thought it was a one-off, but then like every other flight to California, even sometimes Vegas as well, I quite often had that. A couple of times to Chicago, I think too, which is weird. Alright, let's tune the VORs. We'll cross into the ILSs actually. What have we got here? That's all looking good. The landing rate widget's ready to go. GSX is still fired up. And dock requires us to park at gate 17. K17. There we go, we've selected it using the Aerosoft VDGS client, which this is workable for. Fritz, I'll race you to it. Go at or above 6,000. We're at 10 now. Lights. Last time. Signs. 10 minutes to landing, roughly. Christchurch traffic. Osprey 165. Boeing 737-900 ER inbound. QNH 1018. Passing. Cab go on the Essex 7 Alpha arrival. Expecting ILS 02 approach. Will report turning final. Christchurch traffic. So the weather at the moment in Christchurch, if I refresh the meta for you guys and read it out. Winds are 20 degrees at 1 knots, nice and calm. 1,000 meters visibility, that's pretty awful actually. Runway 02. Yeah, in fog. 13 degrees Celsius, QNH, and dew point 13 degrees Celsius. QNH 1018. Thanks, Jerry. Fritz gonna have like parts of the engine falling out into the water. So we're gonna go water break 2. It's the first time flying this so late at night actually in the sim. For a landing in the 737-900ER in no visibility. 1,000 meter visibility is pretty mad. Old Drew, no worries buddy, that doesn't sound good. You hadn't got a custom aircraft profile for it, have you? Have you got something else? Well, in fact, what I'll do is I'll make sure you turn off aircraft damage and stress damage in the sim because it's so oversensitive. We're going to actually take over here. We're going to ask it to reduce speed more, or increase our rate of descent. Just looking at that, I'd rather be a bit lower. It's because it's going to be perfect on the approach, but I actually want to be at 2,000 before we make the turn. Otherwise, we could overshoot the ILS, and then we'll just have to go around because we'll be at 4 miles before we know it. Ah, fair enough. Yeah, so there we go. I suppose don't use GSX for pushback with the longitude. Look at that fog. You can actually see it on the coast. It's right below us. This sea fog. It's over Christchurch at the moment. That. Ooh. This is going to be quite a difficult approach, I think. I'll just go engines on and just go for it. Oh my good grief, look at that. Tell you what would be a cool picture though. A good screenshot rather, not a picture. that. If we go to this side, we should have Wellington in sight, but it's so foggy we actually can't see it. It's under the fog. Let's see if we can see it out the flight deck window. It's literally there, and it's so thick with fog we can't see. We might end up back at Wellington, you know. What's our diversion? Our alternate, oh my goodness, our alternate is Auckland. Let's reduce the flaps up, minimum clean speed. Wouldn't that be a plot twist? The missus would be fuming. That is the meta. I'll put it in the live chat. Although I've already done it. There you go. 1,000 meters visibility. Right, let's concentrate with some music off. Plane wreck flanker? No, it's fine. We can get that speed bled off nice and quick. We're going flat 5 now. Ram we are. About to make our approach.
Traffic. Traffic.
Can't see any. Still can't see any. Lap 10. We go heading select mode now. 2,000 feet. Speed's coming down to 180. At this point we're already at 8 miles from the airport, folks, 2,000 feet. So, we'll call it base. We go gear down, flat 15 now. Water brake 2 is set, gears in motion. ILS 1 and 2 set, courses are both set. Final check of caution master warnings. 160s till 4 DME. .141, that's good, that matches. Set flap 30. Deep brake is armed. God, this is going to be tough for the aeroplane, I think. Approach mode armed. Christchurch traffic, Osprey 165 is turning final 8 miles. ILS 02, Christchurch. Single channel, locks active, glide slopes armed. 356. We're going to set 016 now from missed approach, 160 till 4 DME, flap 30 in green, landing gear is green, 3 down locked. It's fighting it again. A bit of a crosswind again. A and B are engaged this time. We had an issue on the way in first time round, slight misconfiguration that only gave us 1. What's your touchdown rating predictions, folks? Order brake 2, reverse idle touchdown, and no visibility. Christchurch traffic from Osprey 165, weather report. It's near 0 visibility, 1,500 feet. Christchurch traffic. My God. This is actually insane. I mean, we can see there though. Four miles. 146. Final screenshot. Now I need to concentrate. 1,000 feet. When are we going to see the runway? 2 miles to go. If I see the approach lights, BKG blue face, I'll turn the auto thrust off, autopilot off, and hand fly it in. There we go. Christchurch traffic, Osprey 165, weather report, minimum visibility 500 feet.
400.
Christchurch traffic. Here we go, my controls.
Approaching.
Look at these approach lights.
200. Minimums.
We got this.
100.
Not that I can see a chuffing thing.
50. 30. 20.
I think it's the lowest viz ever
10.
I've landed in. Reverse idle, green. Decelerating. Bit firm. Minus 280 foot per minute. It's very difficult to judge depth though when you can't see the end of the runway. Near on impossible. Fact. Alpha 4, too fast for it. We'll take Alpha 3. 65 knots.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated with your seatbelts securely fastened until this aircraft has come to a complete stop and the seatbelt sign has been switched off.
Christchurch traffic, Osprey 804 Foxtrot, inbound,
remember to take all personal belongings with you and please take care while opening those overhead lockers. If your cell phone or other
the runway becomes visible around 450 feet with QNH 1018.
Finally, on behalf of your onboard team, would like to thank you for flying within New Zealand on the Star Alliance network.
Roger.
It's been a pleasure having you aboard. Take care. Have a great day.
Literally 100 foot above minimums. Here's the Osprey Regional CRJ. Pop that off. Runway turn off lights off. Taxi lights on. That's all good. APU's firing up. Have a look at that touchdown rating here. Oh, look at that. I'll take it. Accuracy over anything else. Oh, I'm dead chuffed with that. I think that is the best touchdown I've ever had. The most accurate touchdown I've ever had in such awful conditions. Christchurch traffic, Osprey 165 is vacated at Alpha, taxi to stand 17. Plane Rec Fan Club, I've only flown PA-28s and was a flying instructor in the Air Cadets years ago on the Grob 109B Vigilant Motor Glider, but don't have the money to become a real pilot, sadly. As much as it would be an absolute dream come true. But in the meantime, flight simming is good. Glad you guys enjoyed that landing though. No pressure, Fritz. We're only going to be watching yours now. And here is Christchurch from NZA Simulations at night. Looks great. And the sheer amount of detail involved in the scenery here and the optimizations are quite impressive.
Christchurch traffic, Osprey 804 Foxtrot turning base.
The thing is, this is why I love the 737 over the A4, the A320, because look how busy that approach was. It wasn't just autopilot one on, throttle in the climb gate until we retard the throttles. It was a complete battle. It was tough, and you know, that is it's immersion to the max. Stand 22, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left. Gate 17. Let's have a quick check of the gate 17. The traffic's cool. Yeah, the traffic call was a little moment of panic there. But that's where we cycled through the nav display to try and find out what that was. I reckon it was a weird thing with fog. There's Fritz, where the cursor is. He's on base, about to turn final. It does not leave you much time to get stable on that approach either. Here we go, 17. We've got the Aerosoft VDGS now as well that's about to guide us in. Neil, hello buddy, welcome.
Christchurch traffic, Osprey 804 Foxtrot turning on final, ILS 02. Christchurch traffic.
We try and get this parked before Fritz lands so we can actually try and watch his touchdown. If not, I'll just hold short of the gate. There we go. The VDS wasn't even on anyway. Let's just quickly recycle this. He's almost down. We shall watch his landing. How many we got flying in, actually, by the way? My god, look at the visibility. Can't even see the touchdown zone. Ew, yes, yes. Fourth sector today. Almost 6 hours in. Actually can't see him because it's so dark. So we'll take another minute. Fortunately, it's not giving us the guidance. That'll do. Oh my god. Got disconnected from the VATSIM server there. Don't tell me we've missed it. Oh. My goodness. Here he comes. That was close. So only just about now. He'll actually see the runway. Five hours 24 so far. Woohoo. Look at the light reflecting the fog on the runway. Nicely done. Look at that for a set of night emissives. Should we get the engine off now? That's all good, that's all done, that's all set. Off and off. Anti-collision lights, menu.
Christchurch traffic, Osprey 04, box start, vacated runway 02.
Done. GSX. Requested boarding.
The boarding requested.
So. Oh wow, look at the lights change. And the control tower looks very good as well. Passengers walking around inside. It's a very alive feeling airport. This is one of the
Passengers, the boarding started.
best airport sceneries I've seen in a long time. Bridge in the distance, look, that looks fantastic as well. Yeah, they've not neglected the little things. They've actually done them all really, really well. Control tower isn't lit like any builds have lit Heathrow's at night. It's not realistic, it's pitch darkness. Except for the screens of the desks. That's really well done as well. There's Fritz taxiing in. Look at that. And for those of you who might have missed the stream earlier on, we'll finish by going inside. There's that digital advertisement board that we saw earlier. That changes on the left every now and again through a different selection of images. There we are. Look at that. Love how the lights changed as well. Pop into that sky bar at the Novotel. It's incredible. Very, very well made. Ah, I've gone through the car park. Of course I have. Even the car park looks good. Right. Into the terminal. Let's get rid of the music. So, those of you who missed it, you can hear the hustle and bustle. Oh, look at the lighting inside as well. Very impressive. Go to the check-in. Cabin announcements, or not cabin announcements, terminal announcements audible throughout the airport. Even modelled the bins. What we got here? Through here. Departures lounge. And we can pop up into the actual lounge as well. It's a great bit of scenery, this. Look at that. One of the best we've seen for a long time, actually. Performance, etc. It's going to be releasing NZA Simulations at the same time the New Zealand World Update becomes available. This airport in particular is going to be payware. But they have also worked on a number of freeware airports that are going to be included in the World Update when that does release over the next few days. But yeah, you know what, we'll revisit it next week. We'll do a similar selection of routings. We'll depart Christchurch, we'll head to Auckland, we'll go to Wellington, we'll have a look at Queenstown again next week after the update releases too. Hope you guys have enjoyed the 4 sectors today. Departing Christchurch to Queenstown, back to Christchurch, cross to Wellington, and then back to Christchurch again with some really tricky conditions indeed, actually. So I hope you guys have really enjoyed it. Thank you to every one of you who has flown along and taken part in today's live stream. Here's a section we haven't seen. Little domestic terminal, I think. Very cool. Hopefully you guys are looking forward to the release of this. The NZ update from Sobo, Microsoft Flight Simulator, is coming very soon. When Neil says, as Neil said there, when the ATR comes around May, this is going to be epic to go and explore New Zealand. One of the most stunning countries to explore in the sim. And just in case you missed it during the daylight, one last time, through the night, wing, 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 wing. There you have it. Look at that. James, very soon. We'll try and factor it in. Ice Tea, thank you very much. Richard as well, and Adam for your tips. Really appreciate it. And Matt, welcome back. Rejoining us as a new channel member. Enjoy the World Update, folks. Join us Wednesday. We're going to be flying around Canada for the first time in quite a while. Not sure what the plans of it are just going to be yet. We're going to sort that over the next few days. If you want to get the Osprey Airways Holidays livery created by DamoDesigns, head to the website britishavgeek.com. You'll find all the links there in the MSFS liveries section. And to monitor the progress of this and the release of this, just head over to the NZA Simulations website, and when they do release it, you'll find it there. What we can do as well with the weather is flick it to clear skies, so you guys can see it in all its glory. Look at that. Canada, eh? NZA Simulations, Christchurch Airport, over a year in the making. It's finally going to be releasing in a matter of days. So thank you for watching the preview, folks. Enjoy what's left at the start of the week at least, and I shall leave you rather carefully thought about, unless I've gone to the wrong location. I shall leave you in a field of sheep. Go and watch the final episode of Clarkson's Farm whilst GSX gets in the way of a rather nice view. There we are. Have a crazy Monday. Enjoy the rest of the day, guys. And I'll see you in a few days. Thanks for watching. Take care.